Hello and welcome back to Roll the Bones. My name is Rob, and as ever I'm joined by my wonderful players, Mike, Matt and Dom, and I shall ask them the immortal question, what happened previously on Knights of the Apocalypse?
So confusing.
Yeah, we started off confused. No, the characters were confused to begin with, weren't they?
Oh yes, the confusion effect. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Yes. Which we broke somehow. I can't remember exactly how.
Dispelled.
We dispelled it.
Magic.
Machu dispelled it.
Redonkulously lucky dispel magic. As it was, it only just beat the DC because of my new item.
Yes, that is correct. You were able to dispel it with a dispelling cord that you had fortunately found literally the session before, so that was quite handy.
It's very fortunate.
And rolled at
And it
random,
was,
just to be sure.
It's a cord that gives a +2, I think it is all. But a +2 to dispel checks, and that +2 without it, and I wouldn't have made it with the spell, so
Yeah, vital in
very
all
lucky.
cases. Yeah, absolutely.
it's fantastic. Yeah, then we tried the door that was around the corner, the big hefty door. Used knock on it, but we realised that it had more than one lock, and doing it once wasn't going to do it. So rather than waste them all, we decided to explore more of the dungeon first.
We did, and lucky we did, because the other part of it was another enormous chained thing. But before we found the main sort of centre of the dungeon, which had sort of a weird chain configuration on the wall that went into the middle, which obviously unlocked the great big doors ahead of it.
Big pulley
Yeah, and
system.
the light above as well, like a hatch.
Oh, it was like a mirror,
light.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or possibly a series of mirrors.
Yeah, you definitely guessed that there was a series of mirrors, given how deep underground you are, and a miracle really that they're still working. How much has been piled on top of where you are currently exploring? But yes, series of mirrors.
Very the Mummy.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, I guess it is a
But
bit.
the old mirrors that miraculously still shine the light in.
Yes, magic
Because
mirrors,
they were
baby.
so well made in the first
Yes,
place.
exactly. Yes,
It's all about
craftsmanship.
Yeah, they've now forgotten how to make mirrors so strong, but they did all used to be that strong.
Yeah.
They were all great.
Partially, it was already shining light, which we figured was obviously because we'd turned the contraption that provided the confusion.
The confusing contraption.
So there was a confusion spell and a confusing contraption that you worked out. Basically, you needed to pull all the right levers to reflect the sun upon the door that required the light of Pelor to shine upon it to open the way. As this is a
Rough
ruined
idea
temple of
that
Pelor.
the dungeon itself looked like it looked like it might be sort of symmetrical, so that what we were looking for, we had a rough idea of which direction to go because of the layout of the place. And we were right, but obviously with some differences. We did come across in the next room another giant sundial, which we have yet to...
We put that one off.
Yeah, we did, but it was because we didn't have enough light, and we didn't have another daylight pellet, which we had before. So we're going to have to figure that one out, how to get light to it. But continued onward through the sort of eroded.
Yes, there was a thing that broke the theory of it being symmetrical. It once was symmetrical, but obviously that had collapsed away and, yes, had been eroded by some unknown force. A passageway that led deep into the darkness. What there did you discover?
Our
Discovered our greatest nemesis.
The 10-foot gap.
Greatest nemesis. Oh, man. a small gap.
Which we nearly died going over it and then back over it, right? It wasn't just a one-way thing. We struggled both times.
Both times. Yep. Like,
I
not
mean,
even
all of us.
Not even a small
Appallingly
amount.
bad.
A small gap, but a big problem for everyone involved.
We're not skill
Literally,
characters. We're not
It was
skill
like
characters.
it felt like you know how in The Witcher, the game, when you enter fighting stance, a small wall, you just can't get over it.
Right.
Because of
yes,
mechanics, you're
'cause
just
you're
stuck
locked
against
into
it.
the fight mechanic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get you.
It might as well just be a steel wall, a mountain. There's no way.
Yeah.
And that's what that felt like. It's a small gap, but it might as well have been a ravine to us.
Only in The Witcher you have the excuse that something's trying to fight you. Nothing was trying
Yes.
to fight you.
It was completely
Oh no, I disagree.
Present.
Gravity was trying very hard.
Yes, and your own very, very specific skill sets was also the something you were fighting as well, I think, as well.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's... We
got
all
there
learn
eventually.
lessons from the most unlikely of problems. But then, yes, you crossed the crystal, the Psi crystal.
Yes,
Was
Runic
it
sent
over?
his crystal
Yes.
to check it out.
What did Borin discover, Runic?
A whole lot of blood.
Yes.
I would say it's like you've got to use the collective noun for blood in that case, and it would be a shining of noun. Of blood. Fucking hell.
A shining of blood, yes.
A shining
I
of
agree.
blood.
Big time. Big time.
Shining of noun.
A shining of noun also, there would be.
My brain just broke.
Yeah, I know. It's a very warm day. I think we can forgive you. There was a lot of blood, correct. But inside there was another one of those great pillars that seemed to be another point that could be used to unravel this chain contraption you've been trying to work out.
And we decided, fool us once, shame on us. Fool us twice, shame on you. And it's the other way around, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is.
Doing well. I'll let somebody else explain.
Well, we figured, look at all this blood. There's almost definitely going to be something in it that will attack us the second we turn the thing. Because we did a magic test. We ruled out anything that was going to affect us this time. There was no confusion spell on it. Ansel did his thing. Read, no, there's no magic. So we sort of surmised the situation. And I like to think of it as just going, look, it's Sod's Law. Our characters are going, it's Sod's Law that something will come out of that pool of blood and attack us. That's you know. So we decided to be mildly sensible for once.
Amazing.
And send two drones to turn the handles for us. Skelly drones. Yeah. Welcome to the Skelly drone. And that worked actually quite nicely in that it functioned. They turned the pulleys and they got at it, and then
Yes, very much so. Yes.
immediately then under attack before we were correct in our assumptions, in our assessment of the situation.
I can't remember the names, but they're most certainly not the blood clot golems. They were something else.
Blood
the
clot.
blood rage.
No,
Blood
that was
something.
Blood Hulk.
Something smashes.
yes, the Blood Hulk Crushers.
Hulk.
Yes.
Blood Hulk crushers. Yes.
That are, as you worked out afterwards, they're well known for being sort of basically shock troopers in the forces of necromantic armies and the like. They have a supreme vulnerability to slashing and piercing damage due to the fact that they're bulging, filled with blood. However, they make up for that with a thing that effectively, however many hit dice they have it maximized, so they always have the most amount of health they could ever have. So it was a war of attrition.
Which meant they took so many hits.
Yeah.
We did them so much damage.
Wasn't it like 600 points of damage in the end?
In the
combined?
entire fight.
Between them both,
Yeah.
yeah, definitely, yeah.
Yeah. It was a good fight. It went all right.
Well, you
went all right.
contained it rather well. Obsidian, as I recall, summoned up a number of his wise old sage summons to hold back the tide.
Yes.
And then you sort of like picked away at them, really,
beasties.
didn't you? Picked away.
Yeah.
Oh,
Absolutely.
and sent one of them
doing hefty
forward in
damage.
time,
Yes.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yes.
Got me out of a
revealing.
little situation.
Well, what did that reveal about Runic? I wonder, Mike. You don't have to say specifically, but did you feel like you showed much of your hand by using that move?
Not fully. I think there's definitely something weird about what he can do, but I don't
Yeah.
think what he's capable of has really been demonstrated yet.
So he's not just a TikTok mancer. He's Gen Z, and he just loves that app.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, a big battle.
It was a big, hefty,
It was big old.
battle. It went on for a little while, but we eventually wore them down. After taking, we took a fair amount of damage actually ourselves. Even with the summons, they were getting through it, and they were doing us damage as well. Got Runic in a grapple, I think.
Hence the time skip.
Yeah, which was going to be, I think, pretty nasty if he hadn't got himself out of that with the time skip. So well played.
Yeah.
The shade was invaluable in his placement, in sort of weakening armor classes and things. And Ansel had his claws out doing slashing damage as well, which was pretty epic.
Yeah, that was cool.
Extendable. Were they shadow claw type things? Is that?
Yeah, basically. I think somewhere between actual nails and probably more like moonlight than shadow. But
Oh, right. Just awesome. Yeah, we got to the ripping and the tearing.
oh, you ruined it.
Oh, yeah, we did.
And then we won that fight. We went back to the gap.
Yes, we won that fight.
Still
We
to jump
realised
it.
the Skellies had done their job in turning the thing, that it was now done and open. And then the gap.
Yeah,
Gap
Obsidian
Gap.
was
Two. This time it's gappier.
It felt gappier, yes, it did. Obsidian fell, but sort of was just staring down at the abyss as someone grabbed the back of his cloak. Was it Runic? Just caught the back
Yes.
of his cloak, so he was just sort of like stiff as a board, leaning over the edge. Runic, of course, we're saying the gap was a problem, but Runic leapt across it so gracefully both times. The
for a
natural
dwarf,
20.
yes, just
He
almost.
almost did the swan dive over the top. It's just Obsidian and Ansel making asses of themselves. But we got there, we got across, and then back to the main
Eventually.
chamber.
Yes,
We
we
discovered
bypassed
the door
a few
was
bits.
open.
Yes, the sun or the light had been shone upon the door, and yes, indeed, it had done its work. You were able to use the great levers that had now appeared on the door. The sun had illuminated how the door could be opened,
Oh, yes.
and open it you did. And before you saw
Revealed
what-
an antechamber, I think.
Yes, very much so.
With another door, essentially like, yeah, no, exactly like I say, it was an antechamber with a sort of smaller door, which we also decided to go for. Opened it and found some bad guys.
Baddies.
We found the baddies
Cultists.
in there. A few cultists, including one maybe higher ranking cultist, but we'll never know because, yeah,
They had a death pact.
stuff happened. Yeah, Obsidian tried to bluff about who they were. Didn't work. The bluff was very good. It's not that the bluff itself wouldn't have worked. It's just that they already had information that
They did
disproved
know
it. So
exactly, yeah. So it was a shame because it was an amazing bluff any other time. But then they were like, "We know who you are."
hey, part of bluffing is knowing when to bluff, and that was
Yes,
not the time.
exactly.
So there you
They
go.
were like, "You each have a very distinctive look, and we know. Well, at least you two. I don't know if they knew who Runic was or who's that guy with them. But you two, they definitely knew.
It was
And they didn't
followed-
stick around long enough to find out who Runic was, did they?
They did not.
No.
No.
It was followed by a successful intimidate, very successful, of 40, I think it was.
Yeah.
Intimidate that it worked, struck fear in their hearts, and I don't know whether it was that like they might have tried to fight before doing it, but they decided against it if that was the case and went straight for cutting their own throats. And can't remember exactly what he said as he did so.
He implied that auras and spirits, even though the soul had gone, his aura and his legacy, his history remained. Something to that effect.
Yeah, that they would basically be paid.
Well,
in a manner of speaking.
The king may have been killed, but his ancestry, his heritage would still be present.
Yeah, but he wasn't just another soul.
Yeah. Power of a massive empire and the death of a king, that kind of thing. Yeah. And, demonstrated that they were willing to give everything to the cause. Because the alternative at this point would be far worse. In reference to the vampire. So yes, they took their own lives, and you recognise with a very good spellcraft check that the lieutenant cultist had a contingency spell cast upon him.
It's your favourite spell, isn't it, Rob?
It's a definite favourite of mine, which means that
gotta love a contingency.
When certain conditions are met, it automatically triggers the spell as if you were saying the magic words, and the spell did trigger. There was a resonance between their death and the activation of the Fugue Prism, this shifting, strange magical item that is fixed atop this totem in front of you, and behold, the lineage risen once again, the legacy, the draconic legacy of Valdinor, true before your very eyes. A ghost dragon had emerged, and as it had thrown wide its great wings and bared its teeth, and crackling electricity began to surround it, that is where we left. Now, it is very fortunate that upon the end of the session, as we always do, we did XP, and we discovered that the previous battle with the Bloodholt Crushers had just sent you over the top to become a new level, which our house roll means when you get a new level, you get your health back, and you also get to obviously get your new health total from rolling your hit die, and you have any spells returned to you, or any abilities that would be returned to you on the occasion that you would get them. So only the spells that you gain for the new level are given to you. So that's what we're going to do now then, before we return back to the ruins of Pelor. We're going to do their health rolls, because we've been enjoying doing them on the stream. And I think as our newest member, I think Runic should go first. So if you'd like to roll, I don't even know what your hit die is. I think I know. I know I do know.
It's a D2.
Yep, and we re-roll ones and twos, so you'll be re-rolling forever.
Well, you know what it is, because 1, 2 we said low.
1 and
3,
2
4
is low, 3 and 4 is high, yeah, because it's only a D4. Gotcha. Yep.
So it's one of 2 totals for HP. And it's 9.
Hey, that's good. I do dread to think what the total is, but you know what? We're not all made to be powerhouses. At least constitutionally.
No, that's scarily good constitution for what I am, but...
Oh yeah, of course.
I mean, you've +5 on you.
Oh
Can't
yeah,
use
he's got +5 to his
dwarf.
con. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Dwarf and bonus. And that 18, so... Yeah.
Okay. Yep, well, there we go then. That's Runic. Let's do Obsidian next.
Gladly.
Mr. Graves.
Maximum.
Nice.
It is an 8.
Fantastic.
Right. That's 2 maximums.
So we're going for a 1. Or a 2.
That's
a 2. That's a reroll.
That's a reroll.
Yeah. That's pretty good. Pretty good.
Of a
We'll
D6.
take it.
1 off max. Yeah, awesome. Nice.
Okay then.
Nice round number.
So sort out your health, and then when you're ready, I think it'll be best if we take initiative rolls as well, just to have them down and ready.
Oh god. I was really hoping I'd go quickly.
That's not too bad.
Just changing my hit points. Initiative.
Oh, come on.
To be honest, I'm glad of it. Takes the pressure off.
You can react to things.
Oh yeah, I get to see what it's going to do first. And obviously, shit itself.
Kill us, probably.
Are terrifying. No, it must be so intimidated. Come on. It has before it the strangers.
What was your
Intimidated
initiative
and
roll,
starstruck.
Ansel?
4.
Oh, that was you. Oh.
Yep.
Let's say. Hang on a second. I rolled a d6. 1d6 plus 1. But it's on d20 and I didn't change it.
Huh.
That says d6 though, doesn't it?
It does,
I'm not
yeah.
being insane. I'm going to re-roll that.
It's a square, so it must be a
if that's
D6.
okay.
Yes, by
Yeah,
all
that's
means.
insane. But I didn't change it on my thingy. But it says d20 now. I must have done. My brain also broke. 8. That's slightly better. It's better.
Okay.
By 5.
I mean, it's slightly
Okay.
annoying because I just scribbled it all out, and I'm like, it could have been the same. But never mind. No, it's not
It hasn't moved me.
No, you were honest because obviously it's in your interest to be honest when you're rolling a d6 for your initiative, but still.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I mean,
Oh dear.
Insane.
So sorry, Obsidian 8 now,
news.
and then Ansel got a 4. Okay, there we go then. So that is where we will return. That is where we return to our heroes, the strangers. But will they be for much more?
What, strangers, or will they be?
Will they be?
Just will they be?
Will they be our
exist?
heroes? Will they exist? Will they?
Oh, yeah,
it's-
of course, because I'd gone forward to attempt to do the dialogue, so of course I'm...
Yep, untouched from
Virtually
last
in it
session.
more
You will
already.
note, yeah, that Obsidian, you basically have a face full of
Ghost dragon.
ghostly dragon looming before you.
Ghostly, razor-sharp teeth in my
Absolutely
face.
razor sharp teeth, his great wings just almost knock you over just from being brush wide, but weirdly has this strange kind of feeling upon the atmosphere that you're all sharing. This creature is only half there.
Which half? Like a mermaid is half a fish. It's got no top half.
Old King Dectus, the ghost dragon, the entity trapped within the Fugue Prism and then refracted to become something wholly different, something echoing back to his distant ancestry, gives a howling roar from another plane of existence. Its incorporeal form just sends out like a wave as it throws those wings wide and electricity crackles through its jaws. First of all, as is tradition with dragon fights, I'm going to need a will save to determine whether or not you are affected by its frightful presence. So will save, please.
This is not. It's not a spell-like ability, is it? It's an extraordinary ability, right?
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Annoyingly, even though I have my very own fear aura, I have no bonuses against fear auras.
That.
Oh,
That's, could be worse.
Okay.
This will spoil it a little bit because Runic, you are successful. Ansel, you are successful. Obsidian, you get the number, you don't surpass it. I'm so sorry.
Obsidian, the necromancer, might I add, sees a ghost and like...
He's very close to it, in his defense. He's very close to it.
Right there.
So, unfortunately, Obsidian, you are affected by its frightful presence, which means you are shaken, which Ansel will be able to tell us the effects of.
So -2 to everything, basically.
-2 to attacks, saves, checks, and weapon damage.
I don't do weapon damage, so that's, you know...
Well, that's a mercy.
It's the, it's the attacks, the saves, and the skills and abilities. That's the problem.
And it is those saves we will be very much depending on this very instant, actually, as the creature just bats its wings to do a free 5-foot step to maneuver itself here.
Dragon's been a dragon.
Itself to catch two of you in its sights. Runic, Obsidian, reflex saving throws, and make it very good.
Oh, my best saving throw.
I mean, 22.
Oh.
I'll take it in my face. Literally, I just do that.
Unfortunately, both of you fail. And I'm going to need a dice roller, I'm afraid, because who has the time is the question I ask you.
To roll 100 d6.
That is 58 points of electricity damage.
Wow, no damage reduction either. That is unfortunate.
As a blast of lightning hits you square in the chest, Obsidian, you aren't able to move, you aren't able to think, and the power of this ghostly dragon just goes straight through you and ripples across the hall to then catch Runic dead in the chest also. And it gives a roar. That will be its turn. Yeah, that'll be its turn. Which means, Runic, it's your turn. This blast of lightning catches you. Are you still on your feet?
I'm still on my feet.
He's still on his feet. What is it like, first of all, as you get hit with that power, and then tell us what do you do?
I mean, there's an arrogance to what Runic thinks about quite a few combat encounters, but that took him by surprise. There's a moment where he's just thinking, oh, hang on a second.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. So, firstly, he's going to quaff a Cure Serious Wounds potion.
Very good.
Which is 3d8 plus 15.
Yes, roll it up.
31. That's needed.
Great. You feel the cleansing, healing power of the potion knitting back your flesh that was just crackled away by electricity. What else do you do?
Just as an action, I'm just going to tell Borin to get the hell out of there, just for that. Throw him around the corner. I will stay there for the moment, and I will tell you what I'm going to do, and then I'll describe it. I'm going to manifest a power called Celestial Conduit. And I will discharge my psionic focus to boost the DC for it. And what it looks like, the light that's shooting down from the mirrors behind, that's being reflected, Runic looks back behind him, and he reaches out, pulling all the positive, good energy that lingers in this, pulling it from the light, and as a conduit, he brings it into himself and then throws out what almost looks like a lightning bolt back, but it's not. It's pure positive energy.
No
Can
way!
the dragon make a reflex save?
A reflex
And-
save?
Because it's positive, incorporeal doesn't work on it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so you don't have to do any mischance, correct? What is the
DC,
save?
sorry.
Yeah.
With my boosted, it is 22.
22, well that is a total failure. You reach forth and you just drive this positive energy from the corridor behind in a searing beam. It slams into the dragon ghost and it gives a scream as that power hits.
This is my most powerful maneuver.
Whoa, okay.
Manifestation.
Slip of the tongue.
I haven't got many of these in the tank, and he's undead, which means it does even more.
He is undead, yes.
54 points of positive
Oh
energy
my
damage.
word! Oh, okay. Like that, is it?
That's quite a lot.
Whoa!
Because he's undead, I get an extra 2 points of damage per dice. So,
Oh, that's incredible. This power's just ripping through it. What is, I don't know, is there some kind of thing that you have to focus on to draw that? Like, what is it like as you manage to hit with that power?
I'm using the space I'm in to channel it with greater ease. So rather than directly pulling from the positive energy plane, I'm pulling from the temple we're in, from the light. And that's why as a conduit, I'm pulling it through me to emit it as this positive lightning bolt.
That is so sick, and also so thematic. The power of Pelor, it seems, is used in some shape or other to defend this this once holy place. Amazing work from Runic. Anything else?
Yes, as a move action, I'm going to attempt to just regain my composure and get my psionic focus back. So DC is 20, and it has gone up. I'm sorry, that was
2d20, bless
That's
you.
not possible.
that is yeah,
We're
absolutely.
all doing it today.
Just roll whatever dice that you feel is right. Amazing. What an opening gambit from Runic. This dwarf that it seems has now become vital to your attempt here. As he begins to focus, we now shift our focus to Obsidian. You are still reeling from the blast of lightning. You are shaken from the presence of this thing. What do you do?
I need to run away.
Yes, you do.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can get to here, and if I run away and do nothing else, then it won't get an attack of opportunity.
That's right, yes, you're just withdrawing in that case here.
So I'm literally just going and hiding in the corner, like a brave boy.
Yeah, you stagger away, sparks of electricity still crackling from you as you find yourself hurrying from the chamber, breathing deeply. I guess then that's your turn, Obsidian. Fair play, no shame in that. Ansel.
No, I would have got attacks of opportunity if I'd done anything else,
Yep,
so I'll heal
exactly,
next.
yeah. Ansel, Obsidian goes that way, but you're facing ahead. What do you do?
So as Obsidian runs through him, the shade runs forward.
Nice.
First of all, to there, and then Ansel is also going to run forward. He's going to go 5, 15, 20, 30 to there. While, oh god, what's happened? Expanding his claws as a free action, in an attempt to make the dragon think he's going to like swoop round the side and try and smash him in the side as a flanking action. But instead of doing that, he's going to use a new ability, a new what are they called? Invocation, and he's going to use Flee the Scene, which allows him to
Can you use run the fuck away?
yeah, essentially.
I can't run away.
real fast. It's essentially dimension doors me a short distance, so I can go up to 40 feet, and it leaves behind a major image of me.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go to the. I should have drawn first, shouldn't I?
Do you need one to act as you?
No, it's okay. I'll draw it.
Very good.
Yeah. So that's. I'm not going to try and. Should I? I'll try and curse it as well, because that is a swift action, so I can still do that, I believe.
Yeah,
just
by all
double
means.
check. Swift, yes. So I will attempt to curse it, which is DC 18. Obviously, it's -2 due to the shade being right there.
It actually rolled pretty badly, but it's still its base stats are enough to bolster any bad rolls, basically. So it's fine, unfortunately. So no curse lands upon the old king, unfortunately.
That's fine. I did the main thing I was trying to do.
Anything else on your turn?
That is it.
Fantastic. Okay.
No, that's literally all of my actions that I'm capable of doing.
It sees you rushing across. Does it need to make some will save to see if it knows if it's being lied to by your attempt, Ansel?
So it
Yes.
creates a.
It interacts with the image. It gets a will save to know if it believes it
So
or
it
not.
has to interact
but
with
only
it.
if
Okay,
Yeah.
that answers that then. So it would easily, in that case, in this thing, just take another step. As we're back to the top of the round, it's its turn, and it will just make a 3-5 step, a single swipe with a claw, first of all, as if it was going into a full round of attacks. So that's exactly what it does. It goes into a full round of attacks, but probably after the first attack, it might get that save to see if it can not do that. What is the AC of the image you have left behind, Ansel?
It doesn't have an AC because it's just like a.
No, it's so
creates an illusion.
Because I played an illusionist in the game. Is if
That's
it
right, but I don't
believes you,
remember.
yeah, if it believes the illusion when it interacts, I used to say that you make the illusion react as if it's dodged, so it looks more real because it now believes. But because it's interacted, it just has to do the save. The illusion, even if it went straight through it, the illusion wouldn't disappear. It would just around
I will
it.
use the same roll then. What is the DC of that spell then, Ansel?
It is based on my. I should have figured this out beforehand, shouldn't I? It'll be based on the.
Whatever level it is. So what level is your?
Well, it's not. It's a lesser invocation, so it doesn't necessarily work the same. So the save for my other one is 19, but it's a level above that, so would it be 20 maybe?
Let's call it 20. Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah.
I'll look into it properly when.
Yeah, I think they go up 1, 3, 5, 7 or something like that is the base, but
Well, we'll go with that, and unfortunately, it will glimpse at the thing, and it will make a swipe at it, which allows it to then, because it's now interacted with it, it now gets to see whether it's going to make the save. Then I kept the roll as it was. It swipes, and the illusion, I think, reacts to the strike, as it says in that description, but
Yeah.
the dragon stops and brings up its mighty head on its very long crane-like neck and goes, "An illusion, cunning," and his ghost-like gaze snaps behind it, looking directly at you through the pillar, Ansel, it would seem. But that was an action to attack. It did a free 5 foot. It will beat its wings and lift into the air. And it lifts into the air 40 feet into the air. And that'll be its turn as Dectus takes to the air. Runic, it's your turn.
Ooh. Runic is just catching his breath a bit from the previous attack, so he starts by quaffing another potion, but it's only a cure mod. Ooh. So that is that. But he sees what he was able to do last time and shivers a bit, takes a deep breath as he reaches back to do the same. Only this time he throws more of himself into it. Not only does he dispel his focus, he overchannels this as well, and you can just see again as he brings the light and channels it out his energy. You can see this time blood is coming out from his eyes as he increases the DC further and the damage. So can you make another reflex save, please? DC this time 25.
No, as he lifts into the air, he's just the sheer mass of him. He's too big. His reflex isn't great, so he fails.
He takes 73 points of damage.
Oh my word!
And I take
Bloody hell.
5 from overchanneling that.
Whoa!
It's really
Worth it.
Yes.
Incredible. Again, what does it look like as you hit this thing full on with a blast of your power?
Yeah, this time as the positive energy is kind of hit Runic and he's putting it out, he puts and throws both hands out this time, throwing more weight behind it. But you can see the strain it's doing, and as it's pulling on Runic to do such a thing. But with that, I will end my turn by attempting to get my focus back, because that's a move action.
Okay.
No. I can... 10% chance to fail. 1 or a 2. So that is a fail. I do not get my psionic focus this turn. It just means I can't boost some of my things. Bugger.
Right.
That's it.
Amazing, though. Really good work. As Runic's turn concludes, we move on to Obsidian.
Is anyone in, deep trouble?
I've not been hit yet, but I will be in deep trouble should it hit me.
As Obsidian pokes his head around from the pillar. You guys alright?
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether I should summon in some stuff and then heal, or I'm going to heal first. Love you guys, but nearly dead. Very...
That's just a
very
Tuesday for the Obsidian.
It doesn't normally go down that many hit points in one go. That was a lot. I'm going to do inflict critical wounds upon myself. Oh, good. Well, I heal some. That could have been better, but never mind.
It's a shame, because in game it's actually a Monday, so we're one off. But never mind.
And that is
Tell me
me.
why.
That's all I'm going to do.
Very good. So, Obsidian, you reconsolidate. Ansel, it's now your turn. You quite easily noticed that the dragon seemed to watch you go. What do you do?
I kind of really want to look at the Fugue Prism to see if I can, and the dragon to see if I can see some sort of connection between the two, and see if I can. If there's any way to interrupt that. I guess.
Yeah, by all means. In what would you want to use to do that? Because I'd need to know what.
I would always choose to try and use magic device, given the option.
You've got magic vision as well, don't you?
I do have magic vision.
This
Yes,
is
I would
on.
use detect
So
magic.
what would you? Yeah, so
boost
you
that.
would detect. You would definitely detect that there is a connection between the dragon and the crystal. To learn the nature of that, you could use magic device. It is a magic device, certainly.
Sweet. It's taking just 27 for
Yeah, you remember this
that.
this being described pretty much as a you remember it being described as a phylactery. You also remember that it was under the effect of a spell called Magic Jar, which effectively means is that its essence is connected to this thing. But you know that there are hundreds and hundreds of other souls inside there too that you imagine share the same connection as that dragon does. So if you were to do anything to it, you may well be doing the same to everything else in there. You don't know. But you can get that for free. That won't be like an action or anything.
Okay, maybe I'll think on that and come up with a desperate plan for later. For now, I will use. I suspect it won't be able to be sickened, but I'll try a sickening blast on the dragon.
Yeah, well, you gotta still go for its touch armor class to roll it up.
16 on its touch.
It's an easy hit on its touch, let me assure you. Yes, your sickening blast lands hard on him.
And remind me, is it the night after the sickle moon, or is it the night after the sickle
Unfortunately,
moon?
we are now beyond the time of the sickle moon.
Great. I thought I got that right last week, but I then had doubts as soon as I...
The last thing you saw in that time was that vision you had with Runic, right, as the sickle moons faded.
Yes.
Yep. So anyway, yes, you hit on his charm class for sure.
So the damage would be 12, and if it's capable of being sickened, it would need a fortitude save of 19.
It is not capable of being sickened, unfortunately.
I thought that was probably the case.
Yeah.
It's a ghost.
Yeah. Yes, sadly so. Yes, it doesn't appear to be affected, but the blasts very much do. It gives like a snarl as your power like bounces onto its ghostly essence.
I don't know
I've
if you've
just
ever seen
realised-
Ghostbusters.
I'm
Slimer,
so sorry.
it's sick all the time. So
I'm so sorry, Ansel. Can you roll a mischance for me, please? Because I just got
Sure.
used to Runic not having to do with that blast. I haven't asked you yet.
What would you like me to roll?
So anything just high is a hit, low is a miss.
Just do a D2 then. 1 is a miss, 2 is a hit. 1 is a miss. It was a very small amount of damage anyway.
Unfortunately so. Forgive me, I forgot to ask you that. So yeah, the where the blast would usually land, it just goes straight through the incorporeal form of the dragon. Anything else on your turn, Ansel?
The only other thing is that the major image disappears, and I'll bring the shade to me. Because if it comes after me, there's a chance it might help. So the major image goes as well. I'll just put him around the corner here in case I do it again.
Okay, is that your turn, Ansel?
And that's it. It is indeed.
Yeah, as you really saw in its eyes, you see that the great thing hovering above with a single beat of its wings is about, and then from on high it just puts its wings wide like a bird of prey and just glides down in a vicious line towards you. It has to move. Well, it's moving. It's too far for it to allow a full round of attacks because, as I mentioned, it flew up into the air.
Thank God.
Yeah, but it can still do a flyby attack as it swoops down past you, Ansel. As it arrives above you, a vicious incorporeal bite just lances out towards you. What is your armor class?
16.
Is a hit. The vicious power of this thing, as it bites into you. This is the wrong dice. 16 points of piercing damage. Which seems odd. The size of the thing, you almost feel like that, you know, like it's a glancing strike. You expected to like lose your shoulder in the strike, but there's something about it. It doesn't appear to have the full weight behind it. However, it more than makes up for that when I ask you to make a fortitude saving throw as well, please. Ansel.
Is this a
magic? It is
spell
indeed.
at all?
Yes, it is.
Great. Fortitude, is it?
It is.
Oh, that's not very good. 17.
Unfortunately, not good enough. You feel this withering power draining through you as it moves by and strikes at you. Let's see what it does. Where am I? There they are. I was missing some. You take 2 points of strength damage and 2 points of constitution damage as this thing just swoops over you, and you feel like this withering, draining power latches onto you, Ansel, as you fail to resist the strike. It will then continue in its movement, as it is wont to do. So there, 2, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yep. So it basically does like a full spin around the pillar to strike at you. To land there. Sorry, let's move back one. And it'll be turned there. That is its turn. You feel like there's like a tremor that runs through the earth as it lands. But it's like this ghostly echo of a sound, not like a slamming of something heavy landing on the ground, but like an echo of something like that. That's its turn. We move on to Runic.
I mean, I would love to stay where I am and just keep doing that. However, if I did, I would be useless for the majority of the fight after. So I am going to mix it up a bit. I'm going to go 5, 10, 5, 10, 15. Gonna run to there, and as Runic runs in, he gives a wave with his hand as he manifests a screen in front of him.
A screen?
Yes, like a round disc.
Oh.
Some would call it a shield.
Okay, nice.
A psionic would call it a force screen.
Cool.
Anyway, it gives me a shield bonus, because I think I'm going to need it.
Okay. So you move forward, you summon this power to protect you. What else do you do?
That is all I can do. It's a move and a manifestation.
That's Runic's turn then. Obsidian.
Obsidian will move. That's far enough. He'll do a free 5-foot step in that case. I was going to move further, but because I didn't know where it was, so he just peeks around the corner and now he can see it. And I will use Rob. You're going to have to go searching through your thingies because I think you used this figure last time, actually, but smaller, I believe. So I will use a 5th level, because I now have some 5th level spells. So my very first 5th level spell. So I think it's hard for him to muster it and manifest it, because it's obviously new levels of power. But like, he kind of says something in Infernal, and then reaches out and appearing sort of around this region, wherever you like, 2 large wyvern zombies that look very sparkly.
Ooh, okay.
Beautiful. I mean, they don't have to. That's just for me. Like, the skeletons are gentlemen, you know. My dragon zombies are.
They've got a bit of glitter on them.
All rainbow sparkly. Yeah, they're like
Gleaming.
they're sort of cosplaying as unicorns. they're dragon zombies
Post them there you
cosplaying
go.
as unicorns.
You should have control. You place them whether you summon them, by all means.
I do not have control at the moment.
Do not.
I'm gonna just pop myself across one more and then move back because I can't see the other one. I will. That's not me moving. It's just so I can see.
Oh,
I don't currently.
I haven't given you. Usually you're immediately on them. Okay, let's do that then.
I shall let you know. Oh, I have that one. Lovely.
Do you feel in control?
Do you feel in
I
control?
do. Of one of them. The other one.
And the other one comes into being as well. You should have control. There we go.
Awesome.
Do you feel in control?
Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to put one of them there and one of them there so that they are, in fact, flanking. And again, because of this feat that I've got, they give off a sort of cold magic along with their normal attacks. So I'm going to put myself back where I was now. And
so you still
that
have
means
a 50-50,
that they are...
but they have the chance to hit, yes.
So they each get, because they're unfortunately zombies, they only get 1 attack per round, no matter what they do. Doesn't matter, because the only reason I summon them, and not the Wise Old Sages, is because they can fly. You know.
I love it.
So I will do a D4 for each, for both of them. So 1 and 2 is a miss, 3 and 4 is a hit. So for the first one, that is a miss. Second one, that is a possible hit. So the second one, which is this one in front, will go for an attack, which is 13. Possibly. It's going so well. That would be a 17.
That is a fumble from
that is a
zombie.
Fumble.
Unfortunately so. Allow me to bring up the table of fumbles. The table of terror. Let us see.
I mean, you can't... You're going to have to... There are certain
hits.
Certain
are
things.
They still susceptible to critical fail?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
Supposed to.
Because it's more fun.
Yes.
They would be, but certain ones you'd have to re-roll because they're not wielding weapons or whatever, so they can't drop weapons. So.
Yep, so roll me a D100 then, please.
I shall roll the fate of that one. A 78. Oh, lovely. Nice and high.
It hits self for normal damage. I like that it swipes at the it swipes at the ghost dragon, and the zombie's core goes straight through it, and it just hits itself somehow in its shoulder.
It's doing a slam, and therefore not doing slashing damage, so its damage reduction will apply to its own attack.
Nice. It's lovely when these things work out.
Will take. It will still take 15 points of damage. It won't take 15 points of damage, take less than that, but that worked out really nicely, didn't it?
Oh,
I summon them. One of them swipes and misses completely, just swipes through the ghost, and the other one just goes hits itself.
I mean,
can't believe that.
Yeah, but maybe not the best damage-wise, but still an important move, I think, on the battlefield. Anything else on your turn, Obsidian?
It's just trying to distract, really. No, that's me.
Ansel, you see this great ghostly dragon just sweep down, and it looks like it's just gonna like key off into you. And then all of a sudden, 2 wyverns shining with some mystical energy land either side of it and divert its attention. As its attention is diverted, what do you do?
So Ansel is, for a second, he's holding his shoulder, and then he sees the wyverns come in. and he cracks his knuckles and decides to go to work. The Fugue Prism in front of me.
Yes.
Would you say that's a crystalline object?
I wouldn't.
It is a crystalline object.
That's a
It
lot
is
of
a
souls, man.
it is a gem. It is a Yep, it is very much so. It appears to still be morphing and changing. Do you remember I mentioned how it seems to shift like molten glass? That's kind of how it's acting at the moment.
Okay. In which case, Ansel will point his mouth to the sky and shriek, casting baleful utterance and attempting to shatter the Fugue Prism.
Okay. Okay.
All the souls.
Okay.
They'll just leave.
people.
They'll leave. It'll be fine.
I don't think they will. I think they'll be.
You put a big red button in a room, somebody's going to push it.
No, that's
Like
not
soul
pushing it. That's
absorbing
smashing it to
storm of
bits.
flesh in the room before.
Oh god.
Not that much damage.
Yeah. If
So it has a
it just will automatically do damage to one object. That's how we worked it out on the door last time. So you will do damage to it.
yeah.
But it does have a
It
hardness.
does get
that
a
you have to-
fortitude save if it's got a fortitude.
Yeah, it will. Yeah. Okay, what is the save?
So let me just double check that. Okay, so it'll be 17 for that.
It passes the save.
So it'll get half damage.
Yep. Roll it up. As he hastily brings up the Fugue
Takes
Prism.
25,
hardness.
which is
Oh god.
only 12 points of sonic damage.
So you're aware, it does have hardness as well. You have to bypass that before you start doing damage to it as well, just so you're aware. I won't say what that is, but that is not insignificant. And so what is it like as you send, like, souls, like, shivering through this thing as your attack lands on it?
So yeah, like I said, Ansel just like points his head to the sky, shriek, opens his mouth unearthly wide, shrieking, and the prism just starts to vibrate. You know when you scratch glass with rock or another piece of glass, and it just starts. That's happening, and you can see the probably the souls within not very happy.
Very good. Okay, yeah, you see like scratches and cracks like emerging across it, and those cracks appear to like be stretched as this thing continues to whirl about on its own axis almost. Anything else on your turn, Ansel?
I might move, and I'll send the shade over here. I'm going to move to there, 5 foot. Actually, I don't need that close. No, I'm not. I'm just going to 5 foot step because I don't want it to hit me.
Yeah. Okay, so you move around there then. The dragon will say, as we move back to the top of the round, "Oh, King Dectus," the dragon ghost will say, "Long has it been my concern what the fate of my kingdom would be when my rule was at an end. Now, my rule will never end." There it goes into a full attack with the wyvern directly in front of it. It's the nearest target. It doesn't want it in its way. It's going to do a full round of attacks. So what is its AC, please?
It's AC, which would normally be 20, so it's 22.
That is a hit with the bite. I will do pierce. I will do it all individually because it has different damages, so you can do the different damage reductions separately. So a bite is piercing damage for the record.
Yep, so I have damage reduction on that.
Yep, okay.
It's a zombie, I'm sure you know what its damage reduction is.
Yeah, it's all good, it's all good. So the bite does 11 points of piercing damage.
Good.
2 claws come in with slashing. So claw 1. I'm sorry, remind me of the AC. I promise I remember.
22.
That's a hit.
2 little ducks, Rob. 2 little
And
ducks.
that is another hit, so 2 claws for slashing. The first claw does 12 points of slashing. The second claw, that is a dice that's fallen. I will re-roll. Again, 12 points of damage. Then the wings.
It
Two.
takes all of that.
2 wings come scything in. I believe, I haven't actually written it down, I believe wings are bludgeoning, I think. I'm pretty sure they would be
Would be
slashing or
bludgeoning
piercing.
damage, yeah, because it's a slam,
It's a
isn't it?
slam, yeah. So 2 wings,
fine.
both of those hit. Oh my god. 1 wing does 8 points of bludgeoning. The other does 5 points of bludgeoning. Then finally...
So the second one it will take nothing from. The first one it'll only take 3.
Then the tail will come in. That is possibly a critical. Can't because it's undead, so that's just a hit.
Yes.
15 points of bludgeoning damage. And it just unloads onto the zombie.
I mean, he takes a hefty amount of damage, but luckily, wyvern zombies have a lot of hit points.
Absolutely, yes.
Damn sight more than I do. That's why I'm not there, an idiot.
Very good. Well, that is its turn. It just did a full round of attacks on the wyvern. So we're now back to Runic.
Whoa. As far as I remember, I didn't get my... No, I did not psionically focus. So I'm going to move action to attempt to focus my psionics around me. DC 20, no problem. And with that,
Very good, yeah.
I'm going to manifest a bolt of fire. Except this, I expend my psionic focus to match the resonance of this dragon in front of me to the energy bolt of fire to make a trans-dimensional fire energy ray. Basically, I can hit incorporeal.
Okay.
So, I'm touch attack. Fortunately, no mischance. So this is energy ray touch, so 22 on his touch.
22 on his touch is a hit.
Yes. Which is... .23 fire damage.
Did you say that you have to do anything to hit him this time?
No, because I expended my focus to make it
So that works.
trans-dimensional.
Of course.
Yeah.
So that... Okay, I'm new to that. I didn't know what that meant. Okay, cool. Yeah, so
Let us hope.
that, yeah, immediately smashes into him then for 23 points of damage. My god. Okay. Is there anything else that you can do on your turn? Dare I ask?
No, getting my focus is a move action, so that's it.
Okay. Fantastic. Obsidian, it's your turn.
Well, oh, I don't know. Let's have the 2 dragons try their hand. So again, 3, 4 is a hit. So 1. Nope. They both swing. They both miss. Just go straight through it. They are not being very successful.
Okay then.
Oh, I don't know. that's not going to be useful.
1 second.
I'm just going to have to summon more stuff. I feel like I'm just going to bog down the battlefield if I summon way more stuff. But it's literally all I've got. Nothing else I have is effective. So this
you could
time
try and turn it.
I could try and turn it, but I would say that's very unlikely. Well, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and dragons generally hit dice-wise are pretty massive. Like, they have high hit dice for the challenge rating they are, I think. I don't know. I think. I'm going to have to be very visible. I'm going to have to step forward. Yeah, go on, we'll give it a go. Why not? Hold up my hand and I just released a big burst of necromantic energy in a display that will hopefully rebuke this creature.
Okay.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's not going to work, man. But it's worth a go, isn't it? Like,
It's worth trying.
I haven't got it open because I wasn't really planning on doing it, but I can't really do much else. The necromancer is useless against the ghost. I'm very sorry. It's just the way the class works. So this is going to be a charisma
Yep, so you'll learn...
of 22. I mean, it's at the maximum it can possibly be.
Okay.
22 or higher. Cleric's level +4, so 14. The undead have hit dice, 14 hit dice, and if it is under 14 hit dice, then it is, rebuked. No, I mean, I should go with commanded, shouldn't I? Because that's going to last longer. It's the same effect. Yeah.
Whatever's more likely to work, man.
So that was 14, was it?
14 hit dice, yeah.
It is
The
not.
best I can possibly do.
It does not work. Dragon, you can hear... Sorry, no, you turn around the corner now. I can just see at the bottom there. You can see the dragon.
Yeah, well, I have
reacts.
to step forward confidently, otherwise it doesn't work. So I've stepped forth and...
The dragon reacts to that that attempt, clearly not pleased with it. You would have mastery over me, a king, a dragon spirit. His voice just
might have pissed
rips
it off.
through the hall as you try and command
Oh, no.
royalty. Interesting
crap.
choice. Okay, that is...
Well, you know,
I'm
it's
just
as good
joking.
it's as good an
I'm
attempt as
joking.
any. It was either rebuke, and rebuke it would only take one hit to knock it back out of it.
So that is...
Yeah, that means it's
your
beyond me, guys.
turn?
That's the best I can actually do. I can't do any better. So that's
It's
me.
worth knowing that it's not on the table.
Yeah, it is not on the table.
Anything else?
Nope, that's me. That's all I can do.
Great, okay, so we then move...
I didn't think about how much that was going to piss it off. Oops.
We we then move to Ansel.
Yeah, I
Piss
think
it off more,
Ansel's
please.
gonna carry on doing what he was doing. I think he the pitch that he's shrieking at goes up a level, and he puts his arms out. His arms fully extend the whole way. I think the claws maybe come out too, as he tries to get his whole being behind this scream. So we'll. I forgot what it's called. Why do I keep forgetting the name of this thing?
Shatter, I believe.
Are you talking about the fugue?
Baleful Utterance, yeah. But it is a shatter, essentially, yeah. So I've looked up DC save, the DC, and for that one it is DC 18.
Oh, 18. Okay, cool.
14, yeah,
Alright.
because it's a lesser, but it's a equivalent of level 2.
It exceeds that, I'm afraid. Its fortitude surpasses that DC, so half, is it?
It is half, so it takes half of 32, which is 16. That's a lot of sixes in there.
That one is pretty sizable, but again, you just see minute cracks being formed on it. You don't appear to be doing a massive amount to it at this point. As you scream out, anything else on your turn?
No, that's it.
We move back to the top of the round. It's going to... I wonder if it does provoke. If it doesn't leave your threat range, it won't provoke. So by moving there, I believe it remains in the wyvern's threat range.
It does, yes.
It's going to move there. And it's going to do a full round of attacks upon the wyvern in front of it once again.
Oh, thank God.
Or is it? No, I've already moved. It's gunning. It's gunning. So bite once again.
I thought it was lining us up.
Yeah, there's a definite line forming there.
There is a definite line. That's a line.
The bite. What is his AC again? Was 18, 22? 22.
Yeah.
I'm writing it down so I don't have to keep fucking asking you.
2 little ducks, Rob.
Yeah, 2 little ducks. I remember, right. That's a hit. So the bite is a hit.
Okie dokie. Yeah.
That is 16 points of piercing damage. 2 claws.
Okay.
Both of those claws hit.
Wow, it has not missed once yet.
Nope. It's pretty lethal. That is...
Well, I'm glad I'm not in front of it, because my armor class isn't even close to that.
10 points of slashing for the first claw. Eight points of slashing for the second claw. 2 wings.
Mm-hmm.
First one misses.
Wow.
Second one hits. For 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then the tail, finally the tail comes swinging around as well in an attempt to bash it. That's also a hit. Huh. 11 points of bludgeoning damage for the last strike from the dragon there.
Very nice. Being that it's a zombie, it obviously reacts physically. It's been moved. It gets ripped and torn, and it's taking damage. But it doesn't cry in pain or anything. It doesn't like react to it. It just takes the damage, and then sort of with its slightly slow, snaky movements, will retort when it's its chance.
Very good. That is Dectus' turn. Runic.
Right. Let's see if I can get my focus back. Yes. There we go. Runic will do the same. He's going to discharge his focus to... don't me.
Sorry.
To manifest another trans-dimensional... Yes, you are. Another trans-dimensional energy ray of fire. And again, he puts this ghost-like energy ray into his crossbow and fires it off. So, touch 24.
Wow. 24 is a hit on his touch.
29 fire damage.
29. Do you have to roll to see if you hit him?
No, because I used my trans-dimensional.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, then... Yeah, wow, 29 points of fire damage. My god. What is it like as this thing slams into him and he sees fire, like, burning through ectoplasm?
Yeah, I mean, what started as a bolt became a ghost like itself. And it's weird, it doesn't burn. As you say, it's causing like the ectoplasm itself to just evaporate away, as opposed to just burn the flesh.
Very good. Okay.
And that's
Right.
it.
That's your turn, unless there's anything else.
No, I've moved. Well, moved action.
Obsidian, it is your turn.
3 5-foot step. And I think that, yeah, they're going through his space, so they're flanking. But we'll roll for both of them, so 3 and 4 again would be a hit. Nope. Oh, well, one of them at least has the opportunity to
That's
hit.
the opportunity, certainly. Roll it up.
Where are you, my darling? 12, 13. Right, okay. 26 on his armor class.
26 is a hit on his armor class. The wyvern claw slices and manages to get in that imperceptible gap between real and not real. Roll it up.
Oh, well, I got a 1 in there. Lovely. So that's 15 points of damage.
Very good, very good.
Slam damage from... Yeah, that is them. I mean, no guts, no glory. You've just got to keep trying, haven't you? So, Obsidian holds out a hand. There's another flare of necromantic magic, and he says something in Infernal that sounds very similar to what he just said, but slightly different. And will cast at this thing. And this is a will save. Can it do a will save? DC 20. I'm relatively sure it can, but it's always worth a try.
It will give it a go. That is a success.
Yes, I thought that it might be. Like I say, everything rolls low occasionally, and then I will go a 1, a 2, and I am hiding. There we go. Not actually hiding, because I can't hide, but I'm in cover. That's my turn.
Very good. And Obsidian, you take
Oh,
your
I do
turn.
apologise. There was an extra 1 point of damage on that. Forgot to roll the extra d6 for the cold damage. The magic
course.
part of the
Of
damage that actually
course.
allows me to hit it. But rolled a 1, so 1 point. Don't forget my 1 point.
Let's skip on that point.
It's on
An extra 1 point of damage.
Very good. Okay.
Master of the undead.
Oh, that's interesting. That was Obsidian's turn. Ansel.
Yeah, Ansel's gonna carry on because I really want to know what will happen. I realised that actually the shade is next to the Fugue Prism, so it potentially should be at -2 to its saves.
Rob,
Yes.
just whilst he's doing this, I've seen out the corner of my eye that he appears to be attempting to destroy
Yes.
the Fugue Prism. Would you allow me some sort of knowledge arcana or something from my research to know if destroying it is a horrendously bad idea?
So you actually made a really great roll last time to determine what this thing was. And as we announced at the top of the session as well, not only a phylactery, but has magic jar cast upon it, meaning the destruction of this would mean the destruction of all souls that lie within.
Right.
Oh,
Okay. I mean, if I knew that as he was shouting this bit, Ansel, no! But as we're in a high tension situation, that's all you're getting. There's no time to stop and explain. Ansel, no!
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 Fine. I'll just try and Eldritch Blast the dragon.
Yep, you can try an Eldritch Blast the Dragon. Roll it up.
16 on its touch.
It's a hit on its touch, or is it?
low miss, high hit.
That's a D2. Sorry, I got very confused. Yes, so that is a hit.
Yeah, sorry.
That's alright.
Just then it'll give a red or a green if it's right or wrong.
Yes.
14 points of magic damage to it.
Oh my word.
And that's all I can do.
Okay. Now that is interesting. Dragons are incredibly clever, as is old King Dectus. So he would know, to be honest with you, who the major threat is at this point from what has transpired so far. And because the D4 was rolled once he'd made his breath attack, we have now come back to the top of the round, and there is a crackling, howling sound as an electrical blast sears through the void. So can the Wyvern and Runic please make a reflex saving throw, please?
Ansel, move, cry.
It's a zombie.
Move, cry.
It doesn't quite get cry. I did look to see, but no, it's fine. Cry's alright.
That's a 17, so that's a fail.
14 is a definite fail.
Yeah, both failures, I'm afraid. "64 points of electricity damage rips through the chamber, slamming through the Wyvern and slamming into Runic.
Ow!
Okay.
You literally
That Wyvern
see the chamber
is obliterated into dust.
It literally goes negative light for a moment, and you just see the skeleton of the Wyvern. You see the skeleton of Runic there, just seared into your retinas. Like if you're watching this, like all you see is just like a brilliant cascade of energy.
Ow.
That's its turn. Runic, it's your turn. Are you still standing?
Yeah. Runic is going to, as a swift action,
Run away! Run away!
quaffed a cure moderate wounds. Oh.
That did a lot.
You cannot hold back the storm, dwarf.
Look, running away.
It's not running away, it's tactically retreating.
Yeah, but I'm slow.
You can heal yourself.
I am so slow.
1, 2, 3, 4. You can get to the doorway, right? I can't really see you. I'm just guessing where you're around this sort of region.
Bear with. I'm just weighing up options. I've got a round at least. And my armor is good. My health is okay after that potion.
Your armor is good. How good? Is it much better than 22?
Yep.
Oh, well, that's good.
I will throw caution to the wind. Runic's not going to die today in his mind. He's going to try to psionically focus again as a move action. He does. And you know what? I can't do many of them. So let's use up what little power points I have. I'm going to do another Celestial Conduit. As I discharge my psionic focus, I reach back, pulling what light is in the room this time, and the room almost darkens slightly as I pull the light into me to then release it as positive energy out. It will hit the wall, so the wyvern's okay. But the reflex... is 22.
Yeah, so Runic has, it seems, identified its weak save. 22, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can do it. It just doesn't. It fails on that roll. What happens?
What happens is 59 points of positive energy damage as Runic throws caution to the wind here, weighing up what he's got. He knows that dragon's got to recharge, so for this round, he pulls the light into the room and releases it back. But he knows he's like a battery that's flashing red at this point. If you're, when your phone says you have 10% left,
yes,
I passed 10% left a couple of rounds ago. I'm on 1% left. So my power points are close to nothing. But...
And as you fire back in answer, what is it like as you destroy the ghost dragon as you return fire? You're muted. What is it like as you destroy it?
I think Runic, the room must have gone almost pitch black, then the amount of energy and light he must have pulled in to do this. The room would have gone absolutely pitch black, the only light coming out from his hands as that beam, until the dragon itself, the light fills it like water filling a balloon, until the ghost swells and then light bursts back out as the light fills the room again.
You just hear this hollow screaming, my line is ended! My line is ended! You have unmade us! And you just watch as its wings are thrown wide. Once again, you see sparks of electricity erupting everywhere, and then bursting into thousands of different pieces. You watch as the facsimile of a dragon disintegrates before your power, Runic. And then there is nothing but echoes, and then silence. As the dragon, or what's left of it, just spirals away. And as you do, I'd like you to make a spot check. Ansel, you get your level added to this.
Critical.
Yeah, even with the level, it's not touching that.
Really good. Well, I mean, you would both behold then. You see the dragon's essence, like, just break down. But it's unmistakable that you see almost like lines of energy being drawn back, like on a light breeze, back to the Fugue Prism. And as it seems to merge with the thing, the prism appears to stop roiling. It appears to stop looking like it is made of molten glass, and appears to stop moving, and also seems to change and reduce in size, reducing again and again. It's like that shot in the Fellowship of the Ring where Isildur holds the ring and you see it change size, but it's almost like you don't see it happen. It's kind of like that effect, as the prism becomes no larger now than a gold coin that you'd find in your pouch. An eerie silence hangs in the air.
Well, what do we do with that?
I mean, I have no idea. At the moment. I suppose take it with us.
Yeah. You're the expert on the dead and souls.
clearly.
Why don't you...
Highly effective. I mean, I'll take it. I'm not sure what to do with it, but...
You can each make me a further spellcraft check regarding what we were discussing earlier.
20.
Perfect. Ansel, would you like to do that as well?
Only 16.
What is the level of the spell? Just shy. So, but Obsidian, you would know then that. Yeah. So, as the spell, magic jar.
I have it.
100 feet plus 10 feet, I believe it is. Sorry, 10 feet per caster level. You can any soul that wants to reach a vessel it had once inhabited could reach it if it shares the same plane.
Interesting. Very interesting. The problem is, of course, that there's a lot more than one soul in here.
Correct.
Like I say, I have the
bodies
spell magic jar, but my version of it can only do one.
Yeah, but their bodies aren't
One
present,
being it,
are they?
No. Well, okay. This is a difficult one. I think
Is it?
that we are possibly done in here. Yeah, we done. Well, it was a prick. I'm not really. I jest. I don't know whether this is the place to, because we don't quite know what state he'll come back in, or whether he's going to come back entirely fixed. And also, I'm a little fucked. It says as he's still twitching slightly from electricity. Ow. Yeah. I can't even imagine it hurt so much the first time.
Yeah. What was it like? You didn't hit me.
Brunette uses his
Show
last
you later.
power points. Oh, heal 21. That's not bad. Yeah.
I think we're done here. So maybe we should retreat to Graves & Co. I believe we're done here. We know where that door goes, because we were on the other side of it.
So,
I don't think there's anything else to do down here that needs to be done this time. There is the sundial and the Dogai.
Where did we find it?
Actually,
I wouldn't know.
that guy. But we can come back. Or should we just do it? Should we just do it?
What here?
I mean, we can heal him if he comes back injured.
Depends how
If you
quick
come-
it'll be.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I know with the spell it's pretty quick, it's pretty instant actually, returning to your own body and all.
Yeah, do it now then.
I was actually going to suggest a way of using that exact spell in order to help with kidnapping Apophis. But yeah, as it happens, but that's for another time. I will. I'll open the bag of holding, and I'll just tip it out. No, I won't tip it out on the floor. I'll open the bag of holding and request help in sort of heaving a.
Yeah, you can.
I'm actually feeling quite weak, so
A dead elf. Oh, are you? Are you feeling weak?
yeah, it got me with a bite and it weakened me.
How awful! What score are you on at the moment? Just out of curiosity.
11.
11. I'm on 8, so that's my natural score.
Well, I'm only one more than you, Ansel, but
So we both try and pull Silastra out, and it's hard.
It is
Really hard. I mean, we do have to tip the bag a bit.
and,
You tip, I'll catch.
Yeah.
Under the effect of gentle repose, Silas seems unchanged from when he was taken
Dropped
out
down a deep hole.
Yep. So you surmise that that medical attention might be required the moment he is returned.
Yeah.
That
How many
is
potions
just-
we got, boys?
I've got a potion of cure light wounds. I've got 4 of those.
That'll do.
But he'll owe me.
Runic pulls out a cure moderate.
If he comes back undead,
Of
I can
course,
heal him
yes.
right up.
He's just trying to help.
Yeah, certainly. So whose potion are we using? Cure moderate, then I guess. If you're going to go for the mostness.
It would make more sense.
We can buy some more, can't we? Anyway,
Is it your
if
intention
we're
to
gonna
bring
need
him back this moment?
Well, I mean, I don't see why not. We've got other things. I mean, it's going to be very complicated because we've got Mike's going to be playing.
Well,
Two
we
people at once.
will cover that in a moment. We will cross that bridge in just in but a
You don't
moment.
have to worry about that, Matt. That's Rob's job.
Don't worry
Absolutely.
about that. You don't need to worry
I
about
know,
it.
that's why Well, no, I was partly like, maybe we should bring him back out of this dungeon. I was trying to be nice. But no, we're desperate for our friend back.
So, in that case, then, first of all, Runic, would you like
pull his
to
body
roll?
out, lay him out, and then put the thing on his chest?
Very good. I like that very much. And yeah, you see the snow elf serene, but for the 2 great gouge marks in his chest where the gargoyle's horns just finished him. You align his limbs in a way that they won't appear to be broken from the fall. Runic, would you please roll? Oh, you already have. Oh,
No, that's for me.
Sorry, no, that's another one. Yeah, so if you wouldn't mind.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
And Mike, I'd also like you to roll a d4 plus 1.
two.
Oh, wow.
That's what you're doing, the plus 1, isn't it? Yep, so...
3 ones in a row. Good work. He's back. You can tell he's going to be back.
So... from your perspective, in the land of the living, you see the Fugue Prism get put on his chest. And then nothing happens for a moment, and then the black jet rock lifts ever so slightly into the air. And you see a mirage before you, an image of falling snow. And through the snow there walks a figure that you recognise, that seems to become one with the form lying upon the ground. Silastra. You open your eyes, but it is not here, it is not in this place where your comrades are. You are standing on top of a mountain. And beneath you is the world. You see the Endless Rockin, doing as its name suggests, endlessly going to the north and endlessly going to the south, dividing the land of Main Realm. Where we hail from is much like this. You turn, Silaster, and you see him. You see the mysterious figure, the elf with the chillingly cold-looking mask. The lands from which our people originally hail are divided much like the land we see before you now. On the one side, Arvindor, a place for the immortal kin, the elves, the Seldarine. And on the other side, he looks to the other side of the mountain. You realise you're not looking at Main Realm at all, you're actually looking at a divided realm, the realm of Arvindor. Lush, sweeping forests and mountains, rain falling in cascading crystals, sun beaming rainbows through it. And on the other side you see a cold waste. And he says, Arvindor and Arvenaith. You have stumbled upon our kind, and you've stumbled upon our order, and our ways rather earlier than we had anticipated. For to become a wraith of Arvenaith, you must have walked in both realms. In life and in death, and only in death could you ever truly become one of us. A ceremony would have been held, but it seems the fate has chosen for you to walk a different path. A path that you must return through. There is a shifting of the image before you, and you see before you a dark forest. A forest that is covered in snow. A blizzard whirling around you. A path you must walk in 2 days. What does Silaster think? And it's interesting because you're able to think again. Everything went dark for a moment.
Yeah, there was a brief moment where it all clicked, I guess. And then just why? And I think Silastic was blaming himself, hubris, but hearing this, he starts to consider that maybe there is more than the simple logic he once held. But 2 days to walk this path. If the figure is still there.
He is.
Then I best make haste.
That you should, Silaster the Luna. For where you walk towards, there is light, but at your back, only darkness. And you turn, and once again you see behind you that there's this sort of like this encroaching darkness that seems to be rolling up behind you like a wave. You walk between both worlds now, young one. We shall watch you with keen interest. And beware those that call your name. Those that speak to you within the forest are all those that failed where you must succeed. And as the snow drives down, and we learn that Silasta will return to us in 2 days. That is where we're going to take a very brief break. So those of you watching live and after the fact, thank you ever so much for joining us. If you're watching this after the fact, give us a like or a subscribe if you'd like to see more like this. And we'll be back very shortly. Don't go away.
It is.
As I unmuted, you said the fateful word that returns us to to the realm.
Sorry, it is right there on the stream. Well done, Dom.
You said it as well.
Yeah. I think we really unmuted that quickly.
Literally as I was unmuting. But
No,
there
you
we
give me
are.
a countdown, man.
Well.
Trying to keep you on your toes.
Well, admittedly, but obviously that was a backfiring attempt. But there we are. We are back. We have returned. Titties and all. And
titties and all.
And the strangers stand victorious upon the field of battle. And it does not take any kind of like heal check to learn that Silasta is breathing. He is alive, but he appears to be in some kind of torpor, some kind of coma has befallen him. He appears to be like, his eyes are like twitching as if he's having a serious dream. Some kind of nightmare or other. But he has been returned to the world, it seems. Though if he will be the same when he returns, that is left to be seen.
We may have to kill him with fire.
Yes.
Let's just
I'm
cut his
gonna
head off
say
now to be sure.
That Obsidian will make a sort of educated guess at this situation, at what's going on. This makes sense to me that he would assume this. That, like, magic jar is a thing that is not forced upon you, you cast it. And it was forced upon Silasta. And so whilst his spirit may be back in his body, it might take a bit of time to settle, or for him to come back, come around, or wake up. So something's going on where, because it was forced on him, it's taking a bit of time. So I'm going to assume that nothing's gone wrong as such, and he's back, but he's just not going to be awake yet. So we can't put him now back in the bag of holding, because he will suffocate.
Yes.
He will not be able to breathe. So...
Mike, are you suggesting we put him up to his neck in the bag?
Yes, I didn't realise I was
with
muted.
just his head sticking out.
Yes, head sticking out. So
Because that would be
holding
fucking hilarious.
It's like a plant pot with like a human head cactus. The funniest image.
This little bag, but with a human head, an elven head sticking out of it. Oh my god, that is funny.
I actually have a bag here. Let me just, so we can illustrate it.
Yeah, please do.
Oh!
We can just all...
One moment.
No,
Oh,
it's okay.
that's the funniest thing. I actually love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Little bag. Yeah. You know what? It's such a funny image. I'm definitely gonna do it. So put his body in the bag, leave the head out the top, tie it,
And then tighten the drawstring so it's just...
drawstring, tie it around his neck so it's like a turtleneck. So the bag's only, the bag's a bag size, isn't it? A bag of holding. It's not a big bag, it's like a satchel.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's just got his head. So I carry him under my arm like a rugby ball.
It's just like lolling around.
I actually
Amazing.
think this is my favourite image that's ever come of D&D.
I mean, it is nightmarish in its own way.
It's
but yes,
it's
also...
horrific, but it's so funny.
Be very careful with that. 'Cause if you walk into something, his head could snap off.
Yeah, got to be very careful. Catch.
So, with that said then, as Ansel rightly alluded to, there is a chamber that you've yet to explore in this place. Towards the beginning of where you entered here. And of course there is the sundial that you've yet to properly engage with as well, due to the fact you didn't have a daylight pellet, but you also know that there's streaming daylight coming from above, so it's up to you. Do you want to continue here a bit more to see if you can clear the dungeon, or is it your intention to fully withdraw?
I'd quite like to see what's in the final room.
We can have a look, can't we?
If we can get light into the room, Borin can refract it down. But we need to get the light from...
I don't have anything reflective, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I do not carry a mirror.
I have silver sheen. So we could apply that to something and then use that to reflect. It's quite an expensive use of an undead killing resource, but it's an option. We could apply it to a bit of wood, turn that into a mirror.
It's up to you guys. What do you want to do?
I mean, we could try it and then head into that room.
I could just say to Trick, what say you go and just grab us a mirror while we try and explore that last chamber?
Yes, that's a good idea, Master.
Just-
I believe I saw one earlier.
Just if it's in someone's bedroom, on the sly.
There's one on the roof, in the next room.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
The one on the
Is
roof.
there?
Yeah.
In the roof in
Is that-
in this? Isn't that the thing bringing the light in the first place?
He stops and he scratches his chin. Oh, yeah.
No, I meant flight of this whole area, right? Back the way we came.
Yes.
You're very quick. Grab a mirror. Go and nick one. Little mirror.
I will look. Yes, Master. I shall find a mirror.
We'll hang about here.
Yes.
We're going to explore the final chamber and just head back our way as soon as you've got one.
Very well. What are the conditions of which I retrieve it? Is it to be,
We don't hurt anybody, but stealing.
See, I had to ask, Master, because if I did and I didn't ask, then they'd be very annoyed.
Don't hurt anyone. Just don't hurt anyone.
Alright,
If you have to nick it,
fine, I won't
mean, it's
hurt
a mirror.
anyone. If I must. Very well, I shall go and find your mirror. Goodbye.
Bye, Trick. He'll off. Right, let's go and try that door. That
Yeah,
takes us into the final
so
chamber.
you can go past there. You can see sort of looming sort of just on the outskirts of the light. You can see the presence of the caller in the darkness. Many faces glaring
Forgot he was there.
glaring at the darkness, yeah. There are many souls that are with you now. They are
Yeah.
at your side.
Yeah.
Would they join us?
No. Have I got more souls than you now?
So many more.
Mmm.
Will they
That means
join
I'm
us?
like a higher rank caller in the darkness than you, so you have to continue even after the spell's up to do as I ask.
Yes, of course.
Wink.
100 different eyes, wink.
Creepy.
There is something very interesting we could do with the Fugue Prism.
There is.
Could be a lot of fun. Is we have access to a dead body. One of the souls is in there.
I mean, the issue with this, right, is that we have access. Yeah, we do have access to the king's dead body. Full of
Yeah, we do.
Ah, yes. Oh my god, and keep it a secret. Forward plan with the
Imagine
king.
the fun.
Like your son, I reckon he wants your power. Show up and surprise him. Yeah, there is also an issue of taking this out of here near a graveyard, and suddenly all the dead from the graveyard get back up, and we're like, oh crap! Everyone that's died.
It'd be quite an effort to get up, wouldn't it?
Haven't you started
Yeah.
embalming the king's body though?
Yeah, I have taken his organs out, everything. He might not make it.
Put him back in.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna try this
broken,
door. Sorry for this conversation. I'm just gonna try this door. Oh,
Yes.
it worked, guys. It worked. Look,
You open the door, and there...
don't you just wish we went this way first?
I didn't mean to be there.
Poor Thylaster wishes we went this way first.
But there's a mean man in there.
So there
Actually,
is
it doesn't
actually a
appear to be
man
personal.
in there, and there is there is a man that's sort of just staring, and oddly enough, he appears to be staring at a large mirror that is on sort of like a plinth.
That's a dick move, man. That's a bloody big mirror. Drake! Drake! He's gone. Damn it.
So yeah, the man is looking into a large mirror that is like balanced on this thing, and he turns about, and his eyes meet your masked face, Obsidian. This man appears to be wearing priestly robes. He wears like a sullied version of the robes that the Sun Warden, who had like given you the holy water, or had blessed the holy water for you, he's wearing similar robes to that, and he looks upon you as you enter the room and says, "There are strangers here. Strangers."
He knows us.
What brings you here?
What brings us here? Death, tragedy, danger, adventure,
Curiosity.
curiosity, yeah, riches.
Riches,
And this door.
There is many riches to be found here. There is coin, artifacts, and the most majestic finery, and he gestures to like his robe that is all sullied and dirty.
And might I ask, who are you?
I am Warden Ryar. And I stand vigil here in the temple that no longer sees the light it once did.
Warden Raya. And how long have you stood vigil here?
He sort of like looks a little bit put out and says, I don't really know. I've quite forgotten. The men that were in here, they seem to think that I had been in here some time. Those that came to stay whilst they did their work, they said. They pitched a camp here, and I tended to their needs. I made sure that they were fed and watered. We must make sure that the doors to our temple are open to any who need help. Any who would seek salvation.
And how do you know they're seeking salvation?
Why else would they come here? Just breaks down.
Oh, I'm sure no other reason. Just those wanting to repent for their sins.
It's been a long time. And
I'm sure.
they did seem a little bit hostile, I will admit. They would have asked for the clothes off my own back if I could have given them to them.
Well, don't worry. They're gone now.
Oh, thank you. Is there anything I could do for you all? You all look like you could do with salvation, perhaps some shelter?
What salvation do you offer?
Well, those doors have rather firm locks upon them. This could be a place for you to rest. In a secure location, should you require it.
That would have been lovely a few hours ago.
Yes, I imagine it would have.
But no matter.
Well, there's still food here to enjoy if I could tempt you. If you will not stay, then at least look upon the altar of Pelor. It is here that only a small light shines. You see that there's a glimmer of sun rays that appear to be like coming through it like a minute crack high above.
Maybe it's time for you to go to the main temple up above. This has been...
I'm very sorry, I'll be right back. I've got a bad paper cut on my finger. I just need to put a plaster on it because I'm bleeding.
Okay.
It's just ridiculous. I rolled a 1 at playing D&D. Give me 2 seconds.
Oh dear.
Yes, perhaps it's time for you to return to your compatriots above ground.
My compatriots, yes. Yes, I suppose. But, who would offer salvation to the next weary traveller that might find themselves passing the halls of the sun?
How many travellers do you tend to get down here?
I must confess, not many. But you'd be surprised.
You could surely spare a few days.
Every time.
Yes.
Imagine if you just came back covered in blood.
Yes.
Made it worse.
Yes, I suppose it could be a few days. But now
A
that
little
I
while
think
to recuperate.
I could simply recuperate here. There are beds to rest in, and then I would not have to abandon my place here.
Sort of feel like this place is fairly lost as far as. I mean, do you know what it was being used for?
I was assured by the gentleman that dwelled here before that it was to pay homage to the god of the sun.
Yeah, it wasn't. That was a lie.
Be gentle, Obsidian.
Yeah.
Ansel, what are your eyes doing at the moment?
What are my eyes doing? I think he's focused on the old man. He's not necessarily an old man. The strange man.
There appears to be like an odd trace of magical power coming from him. In addition, there appears to be separate magical things in the room as well. Unmoving, but magical energies of some kind.
Can I focus on the various magical essences?
Yeah, you can give me either a knowledge arcana. Yeah, knowledge arcana, I think, to know what kind of magic it is. It won't be particularly difficult. It's quite obvious.
Hold on. 26.
Nice. Knowledge Arcana has gone up. Very lovely.
You're looking at him, and there appears to be a strange kind of transmutation magic coming from areas in the room and the man himself.
Transmutation. I mean, I don't know this because it's only if you tell me. I know how I would
guess
react.
I would if I see magic in odd places, and so he wouldn't necessarily vocalize it, but he might, especially if the guy's not looking at them.
Yeah, he begins buzzing about with the altar in front of the mirror there, back and forth between there, looking for supplies. He says to help you. So whilst he's doing that, you can gesture.
Yeah, and so would just sort of, because he's quite a sort of talker with his hands anyway. I think during the course of which he will gesture to various parts of the room for his friends.
I would like to dispel magic. I do now have greater dispel magic. I just don't know if it's worth it.
Allow me to look something up.
I think greater dispel magic just means that you get up to plus 20 instead of up to plus 10. But as I'm only level 10, I don't need it. So I might as well just do a normal dispel magic, which I will do, I think, as an area effect. Dispel magic. Right, so not targeted dispel.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, go for it.
Area dispel. So, when dispel magic is used in this way, the spell affects everything within a 20-foot radius. So I'm going to walk 1, 2, 3 to here. And the 20-foot radius will be centered on me. So it'll go all the way to this square. just outside the door. It'll cover him to the wall.
Yeah, that's perfect.
To the corner there. Covers this whole region. I can... Actually, let's just do a square, because I think that's... 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, it covers that as well. That's 2 different squares, but it covers that whole area.
Very good. There is a blast of dispelling power. And the man sort of like stops dead, frozen, like as you make the attempt. And as your magical power like attempts to like unwind the magical weaves that are affecting this room, and like there appears to be like a waft of like the baggage around and the clothing and the bedding and stuff that's all about you. And the man suddenly stops and he says, I told you, those that came here, they wanted to take everything. Even the clothes off my own back.
Oh, God.
But the clothes wouldn't let me. Suddenly, Obsidian, stepping into range.
No! I'm not even joking.
If
it's him again.
A robe erupts from the man, who collapses to the floor, out of it unconscious, as a enchanted robe, a ragamuffin, leaps at you in a surprise attack. What is your touch armor class, please?
Was there any magic in the area that I managed to dispel at all?
No, because they're magical creatures. You can't dispel magical creatures. You just sense the transmutation magic on them.
Okay.
So yeah, what's your touch armor class?
My touch armor class is terrible. It's 11.
Okay, so in that case, then yeah, the ragamuffin, the enchanted piece of clothing, just launches off the man.
Oh no.
Oh
dear.
And let's see. Easily lands the touch attack and now must make a grapple check, please. You get an attack of opportunity to prevent...
I can't.
No, you don't.
I mean...
You don't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't imagine on a ragamuffin.
What,
I was
not
going to
with
say
this one, an improved...
That's what they do.
Yeah, exactly. So it's improved. So it lands on you. Now we need to make an opposed grapple check, please. I will roll again.
My grapple is 1 less than my base attack due to my
That's
minus
no,
1.
no!
Hang on, rolling. This has never happened to me before. My dice roll instantly. I've never had the rolling. Oh no! It's a 9, folks. It's a 9.
Unfortunately, Obsidian, as soon as
it's
this
like a living net.
It is a living net.
It's a living net. Oh no! I'm doomed. They're in the walls, man. They're in the walls. Game over, man!
And as it lands, it's a successful grapple attempt, which concludes its turn. So in that case, we now roll initiative.
Do I not take damage?
Let me just think. I think it's just a grapple the first time.
All right.
Yeah, if it's
not
still
push
on
the
you
point.
later,
Oh look,
then it
my
will be.
initiative is 7. I'm so happy.
Yeah, sorry, Dom, if you didn't hear roll initiative. If you want to jump onto your thingy as well, I don't know if that'll help.
It might do. Let's find out.
Whilst we're rolling initiative, it might be easier, yeah.
I haven't noticed on mine, but I'm not watching on the stream, so...
It's more for the sound than the visual, it's fine. So what have we got then? And Ansel rolled a 19, so that's pretty great.
I got a 7.
What is that?
A standard roll for me.
Yes.
Elf and Dwarf got 10.
So 10 for Runic. And 7 for Obsidian. which is a bugger because I should have waited and then asked Dom to go as he's at the top of the initiative. Here we go.
You allow us to check to see if we know what it actually is.
Yeah, you can do. Yeah, certainly. That's
Like
a great
if we
idea.
know anything
Yeah.
about it. What knowledge would it be?
It would be knowledge arcana. It's definitely an enchanted object of some kind, but to know more.
30 and
Critical,
26.
but 26.
Put my knowledge arcana up a bit.
That's fantastic. Damn, I was hoping we'd get Dom back then. He's back now. I'll just go. I'll explain, and if he comes back in, I can explain to him again if needs be. So yeah, you absolutely know what these creatures are, obsidian, and it's something that you're able to ponder upon as this creature just slams into you. We've got a Dom. Welcome back, Dom. Just in time to hear the description of what this is then. So a successful knowledge arcana has taught Obsidian that this is indeed a ragamuffin, an enchanted magical piece of clothing. Some say that these were created as traps by powerful wizards. Others say that strange magical entities in their own right kind of like manifested into forgotten pieces of clothing, odd socks, like a towel that would just be cast aside, suddenly gains some kind of sentience and decides that sentience is hungry. We are at the top of the initiative, and it is Ansel, but I will point out that as you act, Ansel, not only do you see this one, but a rather aggressive-looking pair of trousers erupts from the tent nearby.
Oh my god.
Brilliant.
Aggressive-looking pair of trousers.
And not only that, but from the
Aggressive pinstripe.
from the altar over here dances a pair of socks
Pink and blue.
and a rather soiled pair of pants. What do you do, Ansel?
Oh god. I'll send a shade to the trousers because
Oh my god.
start on the outer layers, I think.
Yep.
And I will attempt a sickening blast on it.
Yeah, by all means, go for its touch armor class then. Fire it up.
Hell. 18
Yep,
on its
you,
touch, -2 to its AC anyway.
An easy strike, slamming the Eldritch Blast into the pair of trousers.
So it's 11 points of damage, and it needs to do a DC 20 Fortitude save or become sickened if it's able.
It isn't able to become sickened as it is a pair of trousers, so it doesn't become sickened.
It could vomit people back in.
Doesn't have a stomach.
In which case, I will also try and curse it.
Very good.
DC 18 will save.
Oh, okay.
It's -2 due to the shade.
It's a failure. That is a cursed pair of trousers right there.
In more than one way.
Yes, very much.
Excellent. So it is -2 to attacks, -4 to saves, -2 to checks, -2 to weapon damage, and -2 to AC.
Perfect. Okay, anything else? That was 11 points
That's
of
all.
damage, wasn't it? Just to check, 11 points, yep.
Sadly, yes.
No, that's fine. It looks like you'd like rip like the seam off, like, and it begins to like flap about, and like the pair of trousers is just trying to walk towards you, but its legs are sort of like
One of the pockets is turned inside out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the fly doesn't go up anymore. That is your turn. It is now the ragamuffin that is just going to use its turn to wrap Obsidian. It doesn't need to do anything because it had a successful grapple check. It's come back round to its turn, so its surprise attack was successful. It now covers you from head to toe. You can still breathe, Obsidian, but this thing is going. Well, I'm going to ask you first of all to make a will save, please.
Oh dear. Okie dokie. (22).
You feel the robes trying to like enter your mind and says, don't you want to walk about town wearing us? Come with us. but Obsidian, you are able to use your power to your mental power to resist. But you do feel that it begins to sort of constrict upon you as well, and you do take damage as well as that attempt. If I can get my bloody dice in order, let's go. So that is 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
Bludgeoning from crushing, so I take all of it.
Yeah.
I am in trouble, boys, because guess what?
Did you not heal?
I didn't heal.
What lesson did we learn in this very dungeon? Heal!
I know.
That is its
The
turn.
thing is, it's mad for me as well, because I can do it freely.
Yes.
I just didn't say it. I didn't do it.
Oh.
There you go. Didn't change my hit points, so I'm fine.
Very good. Well, that was its turn. Now the trousers are going to march towards you, Ansel. They march towards you. See, this seems like so anticlimactic after like the epic dragon fight. It's like now you've gone back into the room you forgot to look in, and clothes attack you.
A classic gimmick monster.
Yeah, exactly. The one that's just to soften you up a bit as you enter the dungeon. Yeah, they march over and they just go to also try and grab you, Ansel, but you do get... It doesn't provoke an attack of opportunity, so it just gets to try and hit your touch armor class, which is...
So it's on -2 and it's 16 armor class.
Which means it's a miss. It goes to try and just flap onto you with a leg, but you just you just bat it away as it tries...
Is it trying to put itself on? Is it trying to get onto my legs?
It's trying to like go on up your legs. You're like, ah!
Get off!
Like you know when it's like when your pair of trousers is like pushed down to the floor, so you could put your feet in it and then pull them up. It's doing that. It's flattened itself down to get under your feet. But you are resisting its attempts thus far. The other one now, the socks, sockies. Hang on.
Are the socks a pair of socks or are they odd?
Yeah, they're a pair of socks, but they look gross.
Thank God for that. They're not odd, and therefore... No probs. We're good.
They just go there and they're just going to slam you, Obsidian. It is your normal armor class.
Is it? Do they
It
not
is.
have the risk of hitting their mate if he's wrapped entirely around me?
Well, that's just the thing. You share the damage. I don't mind telling you that.
Oh, all right. Well, my normal armor class is 15.
Misses you anyway, so it doesn't actually get to do any damage. The sock just
gonna say,
tries
if this-
to punt you in the shin, but you are not there. It doesn't work. And now the pants. The dreadful, soiled underwear.
Please not me, please not me, please not me.
Well, they can only reach one of you, and you just see Obsidian as you're like grasping in this thing. You just see a pair of pants
no!
shoot across the room towards your face. Now that does hit a 15. That does hit a 15.
Wow.
So you will take half of this damage, as it will just attack you.
The humiliation of
No,
Matt's
it's
characters
all bludgeoning.
continues.
Yeah, man, he fails miserably against the ghost.
That's a really good roll. So
dragon.
that would have been 8 points of damage. You take 4 points of bludgeoning damage, Obsidian.
Take all of it as well.
Yep. And then the pants like hit you in the face, and then they slowly peel off your face and fall onto the floor in front of you.
Why they gotta peel? Come on,
Runic, it is now your turn.
Runic, over the trousers.
You are under attack
Do not-
by a collection of washing. What do you do?
Well, the trousers look like they've been battered a bit.
They're bad.
So I'm going to take a 5-foot step and do the only thing I can do. Shoot it with my crossbow. That's it. I've run out of power.
Oh, you've got no power. Oh crap.
Oh, that's interesting. Actually, I wonder. I should probably look to see what piercing will do to it. Okay, I'm with you.
I mean, it's possibly a critical, but
Ooh.
I don't
Do
think
they have weak spots?
They do not,
No.
I'm afraid, as both clothes and constructs. They don't have weak spots, really. So that is just a hit.
Right in a seam.
Oh.
in that case,
The cross stitch, not the cross stitch.
7 points of piercing damage.
Right in the very valuable logo.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes,
oh
it
my
used to
word.
say just do it.
Yeah, amazingly, you don't kill it. Actually, the crossbow bolt just like pins one of its legs to the floor, and it goes and just rips its own leg off through the crossbow bolt as it continues its assault. Anything else on your turn, Runic?
No.
Obsidian, you are beset by a robe that is doing its best to become intimately acquainted with you. What do you do?
So a second ago, he said to me, "Don't you want to wear us about town?" So I'm just immediately in response to that. Obsidian will just say under his breath, "I only wear black," and then an enormous burst of negative energy. Can all three of them, anything in a square
Four of them.
adjacent to me?
Robes, pants, socks, trousers, all of them.
No, the trousers are too far away.
Oh, are they? Oh, no.
Yeah, they're one square too far away. Just the three that are next to me.
Okay.
DC 21 for half damage.
Will save, was that?
What about Cry? Does Cry
DCs have
suffer
gone up.
the,
Oh fuck! Is he in the square next to me?
He is.
Yeah. I can't see
That's
him. I'm
okay.
wrapped in a thing. I'm so
What's
sorry.
the save, sorry?
DC
Fortitude.
21 for half. Will.
Will's alright.
Well, it's your will save, isn't it? Because he's a yes, Cry, and takes half.
That is
Sorry
a
for
failure
damaging
for
Cry.
the three garments around you.
Okay, and they've now gone up to 10d4. Okay, good. So they each take 24 points of negative energy burst damage that just off of Obsidian.
Each of them, the robes, the pants, and the socks just unravel at the impact from your power, Obsidian. They are defeated.
Awesome.
Leaving just the trousers and Cry. What's Cry looking like?
Immediately turn around and just go, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry."
Cry's fine. He looks like all of his hair's standing on end, like a cat that's you just made a cat like go and it's fluffed out.
He just probably is a bit like because it's negative energy for an animal, so as well. So he's
We're back to the top.
But
of
he's
the round.
actually surprisingly okay.
Ansel, it's your turn. Only the trousers remain.
I guess I'll use my Eldritch Claws and try and tear them to shreds. On its touch, 17,
It's a hit.
and then second attack, possible critical, but obviously it's not
just
going
a
to
hit,
be.
yeah. So 2 hits with the Eldritch Claws.
This is going to be more damage than I did to the dragon, if anybody's wondering. 30 points of damage.
Oh my god. You unmake the trousers. What is it like as you are the one to make the final blow in the battle against the Ragamuffins?
I think he gets his claw in a seam on either side and just tears down the trousers. And they just like flop into.
and just piles and piles of like thread just like land in piles next to you, as the ragamuffins, the common ragamuffins, are defeated. Congratulations.
Pants in my face! I've had enough of this dungeon. I've had enough.
If it's any consolation, if Mike was DM, you'd be fucking dead from those pants in your face. So
Yeah, those pants
thank
would
your
have
lucky
had
stars, mate.
razor blades in every...
Razor blade pants.
All the others would have been normal, but it would have boosted those, and they would have gone straight after you. So,
Straight for my jugular.
yeah. Through your mouth, probably.
I mean... honestly,
Skid marks.
not having a good
Right in
game
there.
here, guys. I'm really not.
They were soiled.
I'm going to
I
just
have
stand
say.
and...
Yeah. The man
Just
appears to
standing.
be.
I'm healing. I'm healing. I'm healing.
The man appears to be devoid of life. He had been obviously controlled as a host and had actually been well past the point of living. The only thing keeping him alive was the robes, and they'd seen a new host and had abandoned him. Ragamuffins basically control their hosts, wear their hosts as it were, until a new, more fitting shape comes along. Pardon the pun. They're defeated.
Can we see if the Fugue Prism could bring him back?
That's a good point, because he just died. Yeah, let's have a go, if you like.
Why not?
What
if he's
Cruel to leave him dead.
Obsidian, do you have the Fugue Prism, yes?
I do. I have to reach past the head of Silasna, down past his ear, into the bag and grab it, and then just slide it out and retighten it around his neck again. round the Silasna cactus.
Okay, so...
yeah. It only takes a few rounds to heal myself back up to full. We're not doing that again.
Okay, so it takes a full round action to do so. The entity also needs to be willing to do so.
Are you willing to return, my friend?
Let's find out if he is. I think we should do it on a roll. If you'd like to... Mike, give us a roll. I'm going to say, as a servant of Palor, probably not, but I'm also going to say that he might have forgotten that, given he's been down here a long time. So I will say, if you roll a 4 on a d4, he wants to come back. We will come up with some more rules regarding this. I will read the rules properly, but for this guy, I think 1 and 4. Do it.
Aww.
No word comes from the Sun Warden.
Well,
feel
fuck you then.
he might have earned a long rest, but that might change. You never know. But his body lies there.
That mirror, though.
Yes, there is a large mirror there. There appears to be another in the corner, by leaned up against the other altar.
Oh my god, mirrors, people, mirrors. We can totally use those. Shall we do a search of this room?
Yeah, by all means.
Yeah.
Just to see if there's anything interesting.
Yep, absolutely.
20.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
That's a great search. Yeah.
141.
141
I mean, I've
on
got
the search.
Three nat 20s in there as well.
20s in there. I'll take the 17 instead.
Yeah, you did a really good search.
Jesus,
First
that was a really good roll.
Who got the... Okay, so I'm going to say... Obsidian, you got the highest of there, so can you roll me a d6 first of all, please?
I got a 20.
That's a 4.
Oh, did you? Oh, I'm so sorry. I missed that.
It's fine.
It was eclipsed by the 141 on my screen. I do apologise. Well, I'll have you roll... You'll roll the next one then. So, in that case, yeah, you find... Because it's 1d6 plus 1, so 5 cure moderate wounds potions.
There you go, guys.
Ooh.
For you anyway.
And
Can't use
then,
them.
Mike, can you roll me a D10 followed by a D100, please?
546.
You find 546 worth of valuable stones. It would appear that this has been basically where the light breakers were using to like camp out whilst they were like conducting their work here. You find supplies and worthless items basically like that. But yeah, you do find a number of valuable stones worth 546 gold pieces. You remember Obsidian when you went down to find Silas, that there are a number of gems. So like you imagine this is like further offerings that have been brought here a long time ago to pay homage to the god of the sun.
Yeah.
But there we are. That's what you find. Of course, you find a destroyed piece of undergarment and socks and trousers, if you want those.
I mean, I'm okay. Like I said, I've got my own. The leather's
They seemed
starting
very
to-
keen on you, though. So
The leather is just starting to wear in now, you know, like it's starting to really flex and move. It was sort of brand new when first we met.
when you say leather, is he like a leather daddy?
A leather daddy. Well, he is a daddy.
Yeah,
It is a daddy.
He does wear
yeah.
leather.
That's what I was thinking. Is it like it's just like leather straps and then like his hairy chest?
No,
and...
it's like a sort of leather tabard, and then he's got like a cloak over the top with like one of those short overcloaks on there.
So what's under the tabard? Because that implies that is sort of leather daddy-ish, isn't it?
No, he wears a cloth undershirt. Otherwise, horrible sweat. Horrible
That's
sweats.
an awful thought, yeah. Given all this adventuring, he'd be disgusting right about now. Anyway,
And he's not wearing leather trousers. He's wearing black, thick, dense black cloth trousers. Like it's not
It's
all
important
leather.
to clarify these things.
It's just a leather tabard underneath the cloak. Yeah, the cloak's probably thin leather as well.
And so, how do you want to split the potions?
I'll take 2. You can take 3 if you want.
Well, we can give 1 to the elf.
yeah,
Good idea, if you want.
you can tuck one into the bag of holding, like around
Into his mouth.
Do you mean
Just like
feed? Do
water
you mean
the-
feed it
Water
to
the
him,
cactus.
or-
No, just watering.
No, I meant the bottle in his mouth.
As in, for later, in case he needs it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So you can keep one for Silaster. The others you can keep for yourself. What do you do now?
Let's grab those mirrors,
Yep. You grab the mirrors.
Yes.
and then we carry them through and attempt.
Point them to.
Yeah, so
Was it
reflect
noon?
below from in here. So I'll take a mirror in here and hold it so that the light is reflected down this corridor in this direction.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and then you guys. There you go. So it's aiming at you now, from my perspective. Aim the mirror so it.
Well, from
does-
my
does the thing.
perspective, the Jedi are evil.
Read this well, and you shall measure the means to unveil his sacred treasure. Behold the dial when the sun shines at noon. Then behold a path to a powerful boon.
Noon.
I will. How do I fix a mirror to Borin?
Don't need
Maybe
to,
just hold it.
Just hold the mirror.
But he wants to use his class abilities.
It's above. It'd be above, though.
Yeah, you stand on the
Fine.
tablet thing.
You want to ask Borin about it?
No, I don't.
I do.
There you go.
Borin.
Borin, you're good with light.
I'm a crystal. My form reflects and multiplies images. Do you have any idea how bad it is to see more than one of you?
Which one of us is that aimed at?
Multiple images. You can decide for yourself.
I love him. He can be as mean to me as he
Who's-
likes. I think he's great.
Who's your favourite and who's your least favourite, Boren?
Well, don't.
Yeah, Baron, you must have made decisions by now. Who do you like the most?
Just
I don't need to tell you anything.
Oh,
You remain a mystery.
right.
And you
Yeah,
remain
stop
a
you.
Right.
moron.
Good one.
In the pocket he goes.
love him.
Pocket in the pocket.
I feel like I should have some kind of message that comes out saying anything that I say from this point, it does not reflect my views or opinions.
No,
The views and
no need.
opinions
No need.
reflected in this episode,
Just keep playing him.
expressed in this episode, do not reflect the
wonderful.
DM.
The
No,
DM's
love him.
opinions.
Love him. I just think he's great. Right, so just point the mirror
Yes.
so that the light reflects. You're just doing this with your watch, right? Just aim it so that the midday.
Yep.
Yeah,
So you're able to sort of angle yourselves. So you each are able to use your collective reflective surfaces to beam the light in a way that it falls upon the dial upon midday. So then the shadow points to the etching of midday, and there comes a rumble from a room beyond. So if you were to say, look over there, in the room beyond.
Beyond.
In the room beyond, behold. Ta-da!
Behold.
I don't see anything because I'm still in here. Is it in this
You're
room?
I went the wrong
muted,
way.
Runic. You're muted.
Go and have a look.
Then look at that.
I've left the mirror. I've propped it up.
Yeah, Runic rushes in and he sees that the door, a hidden door, has revealed itself from behind, like a smiling sun.
You beat me to
There sits a chest. So you have now, uncovered another chest. It sits there, unopened.
The classic opening sound.
Mound effect.
See? I'm a chest full of gold.
Mound effect.
Inside, there is a number of items. One of them looks like a brilliant diamond decanter is probably the best way I can describe it. It holds some kind of brilliant, shining liquid that beams with light. This is a diamond skin decanter. You
That
give
sounds
me-
nifty.
You can give me a check to see if you know what it does. Knowledge Arcana or use magic device, whichever you prefer. Both apply.
I'd like to use magical device.
27 knowledge arcana.
Yeah, well, 18. Roll natural 1.
You can
What
tell
happens
that
if you try
there's
and
some
do it, yeah,
kind
well.
of magic protection within Ansel, but Obsidian, you know this of legend. You know that this is a diamond skin decanter that, when tipped, a diamond skin decanter pours out a thin silver oil shot through the flickering motes of light. A diamond skin decanter can pour up to 3 draughts before being depleted. Pouring 1 or more drafts for yourself or an adjacent creature grants it damage reduction. So if you have 1 draft, it gives you damage reduction. Damage reduction 2/adamantine, which lasts for 1 hour, or until 20 points of damage have been prevented. Damage reduction 3, which lasts for 1 hour, or until 30 points of damage have been prevented. And then 3 is 4. I'll post this into the thing.
Well, that's for one of you guys, because damage reduction I don't think stacks. It would just...
I've already got 1 damage reduction, so
nature of
probably
it
goes to the...
slightly. To the elf and dwarf.
To the elf and dwarf.
Can you change your name to what the dwarf is called? Because I've struggled to runic, but I struggle to remember it in the moment.
Nick.
There you go.
His name's Nick.
The new guy.
That's my other name. Sort of.
Okay, I was trying to post this into the thing, but it ain't working. So there we go. That should work now. There we go. So basically, yeah, you could use all three at the same time, or you can use one and eke it out. It is a lesser though, so you only get to use them all once, with a full power diamond skin to counter it refills. But this one doesn't, sadly. But still, not bad to have in a pinch.
Still very handy.
Yep. Then you see a pair of gauntlets. These are the some of the ones that we rolled last session but didn't get around to. This is
of course. I wondered whether these were the secret loot.
Yep, you see gauntlets that have like a really copper, bronzy kind of hue to them. Really, really large, and they look very powerful. They appear to exude a magical property of some kind. You can give me a further knowledge arcana or use magic device.
26 knowledge arcana.
25.
Yeah, both of you had heard of items like this before. It might have been from a previous time when a friend of yours was enthusiastically telling you about one of his many battles. These are known as the Gauntlets of Giant Felling. They give you significant bonus to battling giants.
Ooh. I mean, Runic, don't you already have some proclivity? Sorry, is that racist? Aren't you good at fighting giants? Is that a racist assumption? I don't know.
A little.
That is as well.
Well done. like dwarves love gems, and so it's just racism.
There is a wand also. Do you want to give me a further check?
Yeah. 26 knowledge.
Yes.
Simply, this is a wand of lightning.
29.
A wand of lightning bolt, Ansel. 5 charges.
Oh well. I mean, again, that's probably for you. That's for you, mate. I can't use it. So.
At 5th level, so at base
have some
level.
lightning bolts.
Yeah.
Have some lightning bolts.
Do you know what? It's 5th level, yes.
Yeah, 5th level.
Lightning bolt.
And then finally, there is a glimmering, mysterious mask that rests at the bottom of the chest.
I'm already wearing 2 masks.
Yes, but this one looks particularly. This looks like it's been made from peerless craftsmanship. Someone has really done a good job at creating this. I won't even ask you to roll because you just keep rolling really well. So, this is the Mask of Mastery.
Okay.
I'm just bringing up the description. Yeah, the Mask of Mastery. This steel half mask covers only the lower face. Over the wearer's mouth, it seems. Oh, okay. I read the description wrong. Fair enough. Yeah, so it goes over your mouth for some reason. An emblem depicting a large eye with a crystal for its pupils stares forth. Wearing a Mask of Mastery causes the wearer's voice to sound more commanding and authoritative, adding a +5 competence bonus on intimidate checks. When activated, this mask allows you to utter a command as the spell. DC 20 negates. Unlike the command spell, this effect is not language dependent. The target needs only to be able to hear you, and this ability functions once per day. I think we can redesign how it looks, though. if you want. So if someone wants to...
Well, I mean, I imagine it's kind of like a Sub-Zero type thing, right? The bottom of the face. But if I'm going to replace the mask I'm currently wearing, which is the Mask of Dread, which also provides a +5 to Intimidate, so it's the same, apart from this has the command, which the Mask of Dread doesn't.
Yeah.
Then I'll basically put it... So I'll fit it inside of my obsidian mask.
Yeah.
So it like sits just inside the beak of the mask anyway.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
So it's strapped into it. So as soon as that mask goes on, essentially it's on my face. If you guys don't mind, because Intimidate is always useful, and with the extra command, and that way we can sell the Mask of Dread, which we got as loot. So we'll sell it and take the money, from that. Right.
Such is his gluttony for the treasure. He just burps over. I want it all.
Give me that money.
I so don't burp.
I want that mask.
I'm not a burper.
So while we're on it, we can look.
It's not true. We've all seen you eat and drink.
We'll sell the Mask of Dread that I'm wearing, and we'll split the takings from that because it was group loot in the first place.
There is what I'm so sorry. I forgot that there is one last thing in this chest, and this is the chest. This is the item that wasn't random. This was in here from the beginning. This is what it would seem the rhyme is alluding to. This powerful boon. You blow away a layer of dust, and you see a gleaming golden chain that lies curled in the corner of the chest.
Burp away a layer of dust.
You can give me a knowledge religion check, please.
Oh, I can do that too. It's not very good, but
I definitely can't.
Oh, would you look at that? I got a 27.
Better than me.
Very good. Now this is known obsidian as and oh, I'm so sorry. Ansel, did you get a knowledge religion, or was that from a previous roll?
No, I don't have knowledge.
All good then. Runic, you would probably recognise this, but Obsidian, you have like a much greater knowledge of this because of the really good roll. You know this to be a something that I have written down, but I have moved in my Google Doc. So you're really struggling to like rack your brains, thinking, well, I definitely know what this is, but what could it possibly be? It's a sun chain, you suddenly realise as you reopen your notes in the correct place. This, you would know, would have held an amulet of a Sun Warden. The amulet of the Sun Warden, to be precise, a very powerful magical artifact that has a deep history from the realm of Orenthale, used, it is said, by a dwarf and a ranger that did battle against the necromancer Dragon, then atop a mountain called Drenenfell. It was this amulet that was the thing that bested that particular necromancer. The amulet itself is missing, but this is the chain that would have held it. And it acts effectively, just the chain on its own acts as an amulet of health, +2.
Okay, an amulet of health +2. That gives you a +2 to your constitution.
Correct.
I'm not wrong, which gives you essentially a +1 overall. Mm-hmm. Okay. What amulets are people wearing?
What covers that slot would be my question.
Throat.
Yeah, throat. I am wearing a wink brooch, a mask of dread, a vest of resist. I am not wearing an amulet, it would seem, which is odd. I thought I was.
I have a chasuble of fell power. I can't remember if that's...
No, you're fine to wear. Your chasuble goes over your shoulders, if anything.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh yes, it's like
Okay.
a thing, isn't it?
Goes around.
What is your
back?
constitution score?
It's normally 13, but after the fight it's slightly less, but yes, it's 13 really.
That'll go back up. So it's normally 13. Mine is 15. Runic's we know is very high. Is 20. Did you say? Jesus.
20.
So, Ansel, you better have that then.
Bloody hell.
For those
But I don't take as much damage as you guys.
Just a fun point for those watching. The sun amulet was the item that was being sought after by the curse broker. For more information, see Kingdom of the Curse Broker. That's where the other piece of the puzzle is. Yeah.
Well, you're walking around not only with a boon to your health, but also leverage over somebody that you don't know. No, dude, you should definitely have it. It's all about shoring up everyone's scores, you know.
So that's the sun chain. Now, what remains to you is a number of items that the last roll we had was like a 27 or something. So I'm just going to tell you the rest of what you have as you're looking at the rest of the loot you have. You remember that you picked up a staff that was made of white ash inlaid with silver runes with a relief of a golden sun. You know this to be a staff of healing.
Ooh, took it away from me.
Literally,
as I'm holding it, it's like...
Well, even with that fear, you know that this is a significantly powerful item because it has 2 charges of lesser restoration, 2 charges of cure serious wounds, 4 charges of cure moderate wounds, cure light wounds 6 charges, remove blindness and deafness 2 charges, remove disease 3 charges. It's worth 27,750 gold pieces.
Lads.
And
wow.
A significant thing. There's also that locked box that had the message that says, I bequeath this to you in penance for my past. No longer shall I indulge in the darkest of arts. We'll come back to that. There is also an amulet. An amulet that has a strange magical glyph upon it in the shape of a fang. This is a worm fang amulet. It appears to be a dragon's tooth. That is now an amulet. And you guessed it. Grants the wearer a greater magic fang.
I mean, that would be genuinely good for Silaster.
The base greater magic fang, so whatever that one is. Because I know
that would be so good for Silaster.
It is good.
He's dead.
By the way,
we'll just...
as with all of this, random. So when I saw that, I was like, he's gonna love that. And then you died.
Well, he's not dead. He's just a plant.
Mostly dead. Yes.
He's just mostly dead. He said to Blave.
There is also
alternatively. Oh, okay. So it imbues all natural weapons. Is the only difference between normal and greater. Standard will imbue just claws or just teeth, whereas greater will imbue all magic natural weapons, but will only be a +1 if it's base. But still, it does make them magic, which is good for many things.
Yeah.
Very good. Then there's a scroll. This is a scroll of dark vision mass.
That's handy. That's very handy.
Now, some of these we've already discussed. The potion of bull strength, the scroll of fire shield, the dispel cord, and the pearl of brain lock. You already have those written down, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll put them in the chat just in case. But don't double them up if you see where they are.
Got 2 of
I know we were asked about everything with loot because we rolled it and then we didn't look at it. So just to make sure we're caught up with that. Yeah, the only thing that remains to be inspected is that box that has that note on it.
Can I look at it with magic sight to see if it's...
Yeah, certainly. You look into it, and the note clearly is very honest because it speaks about the darkest of arts. From beneath the lid of the box, you can sense a powerful necromantic power.
Ansel will hand this to Obsidian and say, or not even hand, perhaps Obsidian's already got it, but
no, it took it off.
I think this one's for you. No, I was thinking because you were looking through some of the other things. I didn't know who was really looking at what, but yeah.
No, I imagine you were looking at it if you were using your magic vision, which is yeah. So is it locked? Does it appear to be locked?
It has got a chain around it. Yeah, it does appear to be locked. But the chain is rusted, so it's obviously been here a long time. So maybe it could be broken.
Does the
Would you
chain
like me to
appear
break it
like
for you?
it's been added later, or the chain is sort of part of the box?
Later, definitely to prevent someone from opening the box.
Yeah, something's been sealed in it. I like it. Although I'm not a brute strength kind of guy. I'm not sure. What have I got?
Would you like me to sing?
Is that going to break the chain, or is that going to break the whole box?
I can direct it at the chain. I can direct it at an object.
Mm-hmm. It's an object.
Okay.
Yeah.
A whistle.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah, I'll cast Baleful Utterance and Shatter. DC 18 if it has a will save.
No, it's just an old rusted iron chain that shatters from that instance, and you see inside, neatly folded, not a touch of dust upon them, is a pair of black robes. You see that inlaid into this black robe there are
Finally, because all that leather's been chasing his nips.
There are a number of intricately sewn shapes. This is a robe of bones. Each of the shapes are like made of very, very faint silver or white thread, and each of them resemble a different creature. This handy item functions much like a robe of useful items for the serious necromancer. It appears to be an unremarkable robe, but a character who dons it notes that it is adorned with small embroidered figures representing undead creatures. Only the wearer of the robe can see the embroidery and recognise them for the creatures they become and detach them. One figure can be detached each round. Detaching a figure causes it to become an actual undead creature. See listed below. The skeleton or zombie is not under the control of the wearer of the robe, but may be subsequently commanded, rebuked, turned, or destroyed. A newly created robe of bones always has 2 embroidered figures of each of the following undead, and this does not appear to have been blemished. So, small goblin skeleton, medium humanoid commoner skeleton, medium wolf skeleton, small goblin zombie, medium human commoner zombie, and medium wolf zombie. So at any point you can rip one of these off and cast it before you, and it becomes that creature. Very useful for distractions and also fun to.
Are they? But they're like single use.
Common. And what? Say what? What?
But are they single use? So once you've used one, it's gone.
It doesn't actually say, to be honest. It doesn't actually say. It says like the robe of useful items. So maybe if you read the robe of useful items, maybe that would tell you.
Give me a minute. I'll look it up. Robe of.
But that's that effectively. And as for the rest of the loot, I mean, it's all been accounted for now. Quite a haul from this place.
Once removed, a patch cannot be replaced.
Ah.
That's what it says in the robe of useful items. So yeah, you get one use of all of those, which could be good for causing some carnage.
So it says 2 of each of those, so you get 2 of each.
Oh, just 2 of each of those. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
So a bit good for causing some carnage. The problem is wearing it would mean that my robe of charisma would have to be swapped out.
Is that a cloak of charisma?
It's a vest,
it is a cloak of charisma. I'm wearing a vest of resistance.
Ah.
So it would replace either the vest of resistance or the robe of... I don't know which one it is.
Well, I mean, you don't have to decide now, but it's just something to ponder over, isn't it?
It's definitely an awesome item. Might be useful if we're going into a situation where we want to cause a bit of distraction or an upset.
I mean, what I
It's
would
only a robe,
suggest,
you can always just throw it on.
Yeah, you can throw it on, rip. I'd allow you to rip one off, and then have it in your hand, and then cast it whenever you want.
Wicked.
Yeah, we'll say that because I mean that's
Sounds
fair
good.
enough. It's a shame for you to have to replace another item that you have on, but there we are.
Awesome. Okay.
So that accounts for the treasure.
Some nice loot, boys. I think that we might be done down here unless we want to go and see the Dogai again.
Well, the Doe guy will be there another time. He alluded to that he would wait for you, so he could always be someone you can come and visit. But it's up to you if you want to go visit him now. It's entirely up to you.
Well, I don't know. I don't. No, I don't think we should. I think we should retreat from the dungeon, go and
Rest.
take the Silaster plant out of the bag. And don't let anyone see that we're carrying a head in a bag around with us. Because
Very
that's
well.
kind of messed
So
up.
you withdraw.
Yes.
So back into the city, back home.
Yeah, I'll hang about in the main chamber and wait for Trick to come back.
Hello,
Because
master.
obviously I need to lose this.
Here's a mirror.
Ironically, Trick, we found some massive mirrors in the next room, and it's entirely my bad because we had no idea that was going to happen. But we don't need the mirror now. How did you get it? Where did you get it from?
I took it from a lady.
Okay. Did you enjoy taking it from the lady?
She did not notice I had taken it. It was on her table, and I swished it away. But if Master does not want it, I shall keep it. It is rather pretty.
Keep it.
Thanks,
You did a good
Master.
job.
I
Well
shall.
done, Trick. Okay. He enjoys stealing on occasion. You've got to let him indulge his little devil side sometimes. Yeah. Let's retreat. Shall we return to Graves & Co? Or maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should go to the Necro Cave, as we have such a powerful artifact with us.
It's entirely up to you. I mean, you'd have to go by Graves & Co. to get near near there, so it's up to you.
What do you think, boys?
Is there anything we need from Graves & Co. particularly?
No, I don't think so.
I think probably the Necro Cave then, personally.
I would say it's probably safer to take it there than have it, round the family and
You don't want that in your house.
in the home. No, not really.
Yeah, very well. So you
To
go
the Necro Cave.
To the Necro Cave. Blah, 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 blah.
Wicked. Like that. We really need to get some contractors in here to, zhuzh it up a bit.
I'm not here. Well, I am, but
You are.
Excuse me.
Silaster's not there. He's a head in a bag. Or head on a bag, right?
Head in a bag.
We'll almost
go
definitely
to
draw
the Necro
a big
Cave.
penis on his forehead.
Inside are the skeletons, the cult-ish skeletons that I can actually copy over.
Yeah. Some of my boys. Undead boys.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. So there's that like creeping cold wind as you enter, but yep. No one appears to have bothered the cave since you've last been here. I believe
So
you
what-
said you sealed up the entrance before, so there's no.
We'll have closed it behind us as we left, for sure.
Yeah.
Think that we'll take Silaster and lay his body out on one of these tombs.
Yes. That's a good idea.
Gonna get a nasty wake up, isn't he? He's in a grave.
No, not in a grave. I'm going to lay him on it. I wouldn't. I mean, maybe kind of funny.
Not again.
Not again.
Okay, so you lay Silas to rest, and maybe the two skelly boys that I've just posted in can stand guard.
Yeah, guard him. Lovely stuff.
There you go.
Skelly guards. Guarding.
There is also
Guard of honour.
Mostly dead Silaster.
There is also a corpse unaccounted for that still remains in the bag of holding, I believe.
Oh yeah, that was the guard.
No, sorry, I think you raised him. That's why that guard looks different.
I did raise
So
him.
he's with you, but he was in the bag, so he tumbles out of there as well. That's why there's the cultist there. Bear with, I will copy this cultist.
Oh yeah, that's because, and I raised him as a zombie.
Yes.
That guard.
Yeah.
But I'm going to add him to my zombies. So I've got two
cultists, which I've posted the other one next to him as
two
well.
cultists that are skellies.
Yep.
I've got two zombies that are orcs, and then one zombie that is a palace guard.
But the orcs are at Graves and Co, aren't they?
They are.
I don't need any stats. Yeah, the orcs are at Graves and Co. Because they look more. I did gentle repose on them. They look far more sort of like living orcs, and we've put them in Graves and Co. sort of robes, and they just potter about and do housework. Just
do a bit of cleaning.
Yeah, they do. They do a bit of cleaning. You know, they move stuff around, lifting, carrying, that sort of thing, and they are secretly on guard. Yeah. Okay. Right. Chappos. We don't know when Silaster is going to arise. So it's going to be a bit difficult to leave, do much. Because what if he wakes up and when we're not here? I don't know what the hell's going on. So what do you think we should do?
We can't just stay in the hold however long, though, can we?
No, we can't really just stay here. It depends on how long it's going to take. That's frustrating, isn't it? Because I can't use speak with dead or anything because he's not dead now, technically. To ask him how long we should wait for him. We could write him a letter, write him a note, and pin it to the pillar in front of him. So it's nice and obvious.
Put it on his lapel.
He'll see it.
We'll put it on one of the dead things' lapel.
I think that's probably going to be the best idea because then we don't have to just hang out down here for however long it takes.
Yep, that's a good idea. Yep, so you can leave him a note. What does it say?
We scribe a scroll.
Dear Silaster, glad you're not dead.
To dumbass. No. Yeah. Dear Silaster, we're glad you're not dead. I like that. That's good. That's a good start.
We'll be back. There's some food in the other room. Make yourself comfortable.
Yeah. Or we are still within the city. Find us at Graves and Co.
Love the strangers.
Love the strangers.
Yeah, so you leave the note, and it rustles there as you pin it in place. The cold sort of eeriness of this place, ever present. Is it back to rest for you guys now?
I would say so. Yes,
Okay.
It's been a long old day of adventuring. So back to the
Can
house.
we rest here just because of the
Can you do a
Fugue
spot check for
Prism?
me, please? As your
Sorry, say that again.
It's alright, Dom spoke and then I spoke, but you can say that you can speak first if you want, Dom, but I'm gonna ask you to do a check anyway.
I'm just wondering why we've left Silaster here rather than take him with us. Surely he's better in Graves & Co.
Yeah, I suppose he is.
If we're going to leave anything at Graves & Co, it makes more sense to leave Silaster there.
Yeah. I think we should leave the Fugue Prism here, which is kind of why we came here. We should leave the Fugue Prism here.
We shouldn't leave it anywhere, really.
I don't really want to take it to the Graves & Co. What was in this chest? There was something in this chest, wasn't there, when we did all
it
of
would
this?
have been loot of some kind, I'm afraid. I don't remember the specifics, I'm afraid.
No. Just wondering if we could put it...
I'm not too badly hurt, so I stay here and guard the Fugue Prism.
No, no. If somebody's going to come for it, they'll come for it and they'll face all of us. I don't think that one person should have it be on their own. No, I think you're right. I think maybe this was an error. Having it on our person is maybe better. I just didn't want to take it to where the family would be at risk, but I don't know if anyone majorly knows we have it. I suppose the big question really is, what do we do with it now we have it?
Well, someone could find it using magic, couldn't they? That's the worry.
The idea is it's a magic jar spell, but it's a magic jar spell on a grand scale. So, how does magic jar work? Well, I have the spell. I think that it's, rather than just destroying it, maybe we could dispel the Fugue Prism, the spell on it. I don't know what to do with it. Rob, when researching this thing, did it come across anything that had any notion that there was a way to free the souls within it?
There has been a suspicious lack of information about what they were going to use it for, to be honest with you, because it's one thing that you've not actually asked in game before. Why are they doing this? It's one question that they are doing this, that they're dragging all these souls into this prison, but what are they going to use it for? You don't know. So you don't have that answer, I'm afraid, even with the research that you've done. You don't know what they're doing with this. You know what you know about your enemy. That's all I'll say.
But we have it.
You have it.
And it's obviously important to them, so they probably will come for it. Right? Like, it's a safe assumption. Yeah. So I think we need to act quickly. I think there's rest for one night, recover, and then tomorrow we need to figure out what the hell is going on. Like, what is this for? Maybe tomorrow is the day we go and get Apophis.
Good dude. He might not know anything about the Fugue Prism, but he's certainly a worthwhile capture.
Well, I think he's been at least involved. He'll have some knowledge. Some more knowledge, at least, than we have. My thoughts on this whole magic jar thing was, if we can get into the castle as before, the usual, go and do the usual work. We're just today it's makeup day, so we're doing the makeup on the corpse, and went in there, put me into a magic jar, and 2 crystal. Get me in front of him. Switch so that he is in the magic jar and I am in his body. And then I'll come with you freely. That's how the magic jar spell is basically, it's a way for you to possess people.
How would we get to him?
I have no idea. That's the problem. You found him
Me and
before.
Silaster got close before,
Oh.
but that was not my...
Look, Swiftstone said I should help you. I have a couple of tricks that could help.
Do not need line of effect from the jar to the creatures. You cannot determine the exact position of these creatures. Right spell. Yeah. You can attempt to take control of a nearby body, forcing its soul into the magic jar. All negates. Range 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. So I'm going to be very close, and I don't have to have line of sight either, it says. But I have to be within 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. And then he will get a will save.
Yeah, that's the worry.
Yeah, I mean, it's a level 5 spell, so it's a high will save. It's a 23 will save. It's the best one I've got. And maybe we could buy a spell so I could boost that a little further to 24. Or we go hit him over the head with something hard, like heavy.
You have to be closer to him for that, though. That's the downside.
Yeah.
Like, how far are we talking? 200 feet, or 150 feet?
200 plus 10 feet per level, so it's 200 feet.
See, that's not that far.
It's not far, not close either. I mean, it's definitely within. So, I mean, if you guys could figure a reason why you'd be going there, I could already be in the magic jar, ready to go, in your pocket.
Yeah.
What's he going
if it
to
goes
do?
wrong.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. What are you gonna say?
I was just going to say, what are you going to do? I thought that was the end, but if you want to continue discussing, by all means. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I mean, I think that once we've got him free, we wanted to get him into a magic circle, didn't we?
That was the plan initially, yep.
Magic circle against evil. So we need to buy a scroll of that.
I may already have a scroll of that. Circle of Protection Against Evil.
That's the one.
Got that.
Okay, wicked. So really, it's a way of getting him out of the castle, right, to somewhere private. And if I can possess his body, I have the charisma, I think, hopefully, to bluff reasons why I need to go to a certain place, blah, 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 get out of there, meet up with you guys in private, and then, you know, I figured it was slightly less messy than all out kidnapping him.
Would Apophis leave if commanded by someone?
I don't know who's above him, to be honest. He was the chief advisor to the king. Yeah, so the only one I think that would be above him to command him is the prince. Maybe the voice. No, he's the voice. The arcane Zarya. Maybe her. She might be able to tell him, but I wouldn't want to try and influence her in any way. She's far more magically inclined, I think, and therefore would be harder to influence. if we're thinking that just won't work, very open to any other ideas. It was just that was my thought process as a.
No, I think it's a good idea. I think if we just need to get within 200 feet of him, that's easier than anything else.
Yeah, and I mean the thing is, you guys have been to the castle before, and they know you there.
I've been to the castle before.
You've
Runic's
been to the
never
castle
been to the
before.
castle.
Runic's never been. But you are like employees, recognisable as employees of Graves and Co. For the purposes of the king, at least. So, I reckon you could at least get close enough. See, this is it, isn't it? If you got close enough that he was present, and I would only need a moment to switch bodies with him, and then if the guards tried to shoo you away, he would just say, no, they're here for me. Because
maybe I should just ask for an audience with him and see if we can get that.
I could persuade someone to give us or take us to him.
Okay. Sure thing. In which case then, so tonight we sleep. Tomorrow a gem or crystal worth at least 100 gold pieces. Well, that's not a problem. We've got a bunch of gems and crystals from that dungeon, haven't we?
Yep.
Can I find amongst them one that is worth at least 100 gold pieces, Rob?
Easily, yes. You bring forth a rather ornate-looking amethyst gem.
Okay. Casting time is one standard action. It lasts for 1 hour per level, or until you return to your body. So once we switch, I'll have 10 hours, or 10 hours from the moment I'm put into the magic jar. My own body will have to be left somewhere safe. And somewhere where my children won't stumble across me. Oh no!
He's only sleeping.
Okay, so we've got a crystal. Do we need to buy anything else for this? To work? If you've got the protection against evil spell ready. I think we've got everything we need as far as the spell description. Yeah, so my body will appear, as far as anybody can tell, as dead. Do not let me get buried. That is a fear of mine. You can sense and attack any life force within 10 feet per caster level, and on the same plane of existence. You do not need line of effect from the jar to the creatures.
Hence why Silasta had to be out of the bag to be able to for it to be able to work. So it was a good thing you were successful in that check. Otherwise, he'd have just been in the bag of holding, and you'd never have known.
The beauty of Magic Jar is if we do this in future and whatever, I could possess, if we found like a giant, or I could keep my own scores, still be able to cast, but just be in the body of a giant for 10 hours.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a crazy spell.
It really is. A really good spell.
It is.
It's one of my new level 5 spells, so it's very, very cool. I'm just not sure of exactly how it works, but I want to make sure the receptacle isn't destroyed, because that will mess everything up. Yeah, it's fairly simple. As long as I'm within 200 feet of him, I go for it. He gets a will save. Hopefully he fails. If he doesn't work, you just walk away.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds like a plan.
Okay. Let's go and rest, because you need to get your points back. And yes, I will reload the Silasta cactus back into the...
Back into the bag of holding. Okay,
yeah,
great.
I'll put it under my cloak. go back to Graves and Co. because, you know, yeah, Ansel's right. We want to leave him here. There's no point in that.
As you make your way back, then it's very clear because the amount of time that you were down there, not only facing off against the Ghost of the Dragon, but then the whole thing with the Ragamuffins, analysing all the treasure. They're coming back here. Night is beginning to fall. As you move your way through the darkening streets of Valdinor, can you each give me a spot check, please? Not particularly high one, but one that must be done regardless.
My spot has not improved.
9.
Runic also sucks.
But 21 from Ansel.
Ansel is on it like a bonnet.
It might be because darkness is your favoured environment to work within, Ansel, but you are the only one that notices that as you are walking down the very familiar street that leads up into Graves and Co., there is a rather alarming sight that could be seen.
Oh gosh. Fire!
Graves and Co.
Oh my god, my house!
Can be seen, but it is silhouetted against the fiery blaze that burns at its heart. As you move towards this place, your home, Obsidian, you note that there is a great bonfire that has been pitched in the stabled area of at the front of your home.
Yeah.
It doesn't take any check for you to realise that there are two figures in the blaze.
I mean, I'll run towards the fire.
You run towards the fire, and as you do, you glimpse there are figures moving in the reception area of your home, but
I do see a guy there, yeah.
they don't appear to be making any attempt to hide themselves. They're just standing there. As you rush there, can you make me a religion check, please?
28.
These are two burnt to the crisp bodies of orcs.
My zombies! Oh my god, I'm erasing 2 zombies. God damn it. I mean, that's more preferable because it could have been my children. Which would have been, you know.
The fire
so he'll see that it's
the house is ablaze as well.
And immediately will just run into the house. Like he's blindly.
What was your question? Sorry. Yeah, you rush to the door.
The whole house is on fire, right?
Well, the thing is, Grace & Co., as described earlier in the campaign, is primarily made of, like, solid stone. So, like, the structure doesn't appear to be ablaze, but a lot of inside appears to be. And Obsidian, as you burst in, you see that your reception table is ablaze, and 2 figures in brown robes and vicious-looking maces in their hands are waiting for you. Roll initiative.
Damn. The initiative does suck, doesn't it?
What did you get, Runic? Sorry, have you rolled?
16.
And Hansel got 18.
That makes it easy. Obsidian, as you burst through the door, these two figures are there waiting. Brown robes adorning them, and they lift these weapons high. But it is not they that go first. Ansel, you do. You see these figures moving, like, beyond the doorway as Obsidian kicks the door open. What do you do?
Is there 2 stories to this building?
There is.
There's an upstairs, isn't there?
Yeah,
Ansel is going to go... Sorry, go on.
It appears to be entirely engulfed.
Ansel's going to run to behind Obsidian and say, I'll check upstairs. And then he's going to use Flee the Scene to Dimension Door upstairs into a room directly pretty much above the living room.
Okay, wow, alright, bear with. I do actually have a Graves and Co upstairs, but unfortunately I haven't prepared that because it's on fire entirely. But that's fine.
They're probably not upstairs, but
I've just deleted it.
It makes more sense to...
I just deleted the whole match. No, bear with. I can do it.
Panic deleted.
Don't panic, no rush, it's all good.
Okay. Right, as I remember, I can drag you to a different one. But I'm not going to be able to move the stream there, sadly, because that is meaning that I have to divert 2 visions, and I can't do that. So you will do that, and you appear upstairs, Ansel. You are in the midst of a blazing bedroom. You believe it to be Werner's bedroom. It's completely ablaze. The smoke is just everywhere. Can you do a fortitude saving throw, please?
I assume this is just a standard, not
Standard
magic.
it's smoke filling your lungs. Fortitude saving throw.
24.
Yeah, you're fine. You don't splutter. You're able to hold your breath for double your Constitution score, I believe, is what we learned. So that's quite a lot.
Yeah.
You can work out how many rounds that is. But yeah, from looking around, you don't appear to see Werner. Can you give me a reflex saving throw, please?
27, fucking hell.
How do you get out of the way as a burning beam just cracks and falls towards you?
I think he just sees it out the corner of his eye, and he just spins. Dark sort of shadows following him as he spins around away from the fire.
And as you spin around in that way, then we'll describe to you. You can look at the maps there, and you can decide what rooms you're exploring. But just imagine they're all on fire. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you on a different screen now?
Yeah, there's always been an upstairs of Graves and Co. We just haven't jumped to it. So.
Nah, I mean we've always just sort of role played it rather than actually move the figures around because
serves me right, doesn't it? Anyway, it is now these individuals' turns. They both rushed you at the same time. Obsidian, what's your armor class? Flat-footed, please.
14, I believe. 14, yeah.
Both hit. Help about the right page open. I believe that is right, but I do need to check. It's the problem with having this book so filled with stats. I know they hit you, so these attacks land painful, dull, bludgeoning attacks land hard on you. I literally can't find them. This is madness. I should have been ready. I will find them. I will find them. It's impossible for me not to be there. Here they are. Right. That is 9 points of bludgeoning damage for the first. And I rolled that one for the second.
Reduction.
And that is 11 points of bludgeoning damage for the second.
Lovely.
It is worth pointing out that this is non-lethal damage. It's your turn, Runic.
I'll jump straight into reflex. I will fire a bolt because I have no power points at this one.
Yeah, by all means. What's he got to do?
21.
Oh, to attack.
21 to hit.
Is a hit.
Oh, the lowest. 2 damage.
Yeah, but gets him a glancing strike in his shoulder. You hear like a from beneath a dark hood.
So shot. And 5, 10, 15, 20. Move to that.
Anything else in your turn?
That's it. Moved and fired.
That was Runic's turn. Obsidian.
Okay, so the first thing that will happen is as a free action, I activate my fear aura, and they are both within range of it. Can they do a DC 21 will save?
They will. They also get a bonus to this, just to be aware.
Mm-hmm.
One of them succeeds, one of them fails.
The one that failed is shaken. Which one failed?
The one that has just been struck, the one on your right-hand side.
My right-hand side, so this guy.
Yes.
Okay, lovely. In which case, he is shaken. So it's -2 on saves and attacks and blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
And then the next thing that happens is... so Obsidian is stepping forward. So this is just a 5-foot step. Mm-hmm. But essentially, he's just walking into the house. He's almost not really paying attention to these guys. But as he's walking past, he's going to try and land a touch attack on this guy. A sort of... There's a kind of like deep-seated rage, but he's also just focusing on getting into the house to find his family.
Yeah.
So it's sort of a nonchalant rage at this guy. So first of all, I need to land a touch attack on him as I'm walking past him. 16 on his touch armor class.
16 is a hit on his touch armor class.
Okay, lovely. In that case, can he please do a DC 23 Fortitude save? And he's a -2.
No, he cannot.
Okay, so what happens is, as I'm walking in, there's this sort of aggressive... I walk in, I put my hand on his shoulder, I pull him like this. As I'm walking past him, his body falls to its knees and slumps down, but his spirit just stays standing there, not knowing what happened for a second, and then just disappears as he is hit by Slay Living and is
dead. Absolutely demolished.
And I then continue on into the house.
Okay. So yeah, use the rest of your movement if you like.
No, I know, because you can't do a move and then I can continue after an attack, because I haven't got, like, shot on the run. It's a whole thing.
Oh, yeah, because you moved and then attacked. Yeah.
I did a 5-foot step
just
for intention.
No,
really.
That's
and that way
fine.
as well, Runic can come in next to me if he wants to attack closer or whatever for the other one, but
there is a loud noise of splintering wood that rings out. Bam! As the doorway to your workroom, Obsidian, just gets booted open, you see more of those figures. And they move to strike at you. Armor class, normal armor class now.
15. Not much better.
That is a hit. Also a hit. Ten points of bludgeoning damage for the first, 8 for the second. The other one rushes forward and is just going to hurl a dagger at you. But it goes over your shoulder, misses you entirely.
Thank God, that's way more than half my health now in that one round. Jesus.
Back to the top of the round. Ansel, you are currently in that room. I'm going to quickly have a look to see. You can move up to your movement around. Up to you what you're doing. Oh, you're muted, Dom. Sorry, you're muted.
For fuck's sake. Yeah, he's going to shout for the family as he's moving around. He's going to, I guess, check under the bed. So use movement for that.
Yeah, no one is in that room that you're in. You can ascertain from using an action. What else do you do?
Dimension door into the next room. And that's the end of the turn.
Amazing. Yeah, smoke and flames billowing around you, Ansel, as you continue your desperate investigation of the scene. Meanwhile, below, battle still rages. The one that didn't get slain immediately looks down in horror at you, Obsidian, and will say apostate filth, and will also try and hit your touch armor class.
My touch armor class is 11. Try and miss it.
It actually does, miraculously.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
That was really bad on his part. So he tries to do something, but is unable to do it. That was him. The other one is dead. Runic, it's your turn.
Master of Variety, I aim and fire. Let's see what we got.
Master of Variety.
22 to hit.
22 to hit is a hit, absolutely.
Ooh, a step up. 4 points of damage.
4 points of damage, yes. The bolt sinks into the roadman's shoulder. Because a snarl.
And then I take a 5-foot step.
Great. That was Runic's turn. Obsidian.
I was not expecting this at all. Oh my god.
What do you do?
It's going to do that, but I think that's going to move away. It's not going to kill them because they have to have low hit dice. So what I will do is I will take a 5-foot step forward.
Yep.
Actually, these guys, as they entered my threat range, should have done the DC 21 will save or be shaken. So can they do that first? Because that's still active.
Yeah.
The one that succeeded doesn't have to, but the two that have entered since.
One succeed, one fails. The one on your... Weirdly, it's the one on the other side this time that fails. So he fails the one that's on your left.
Amazing. And now can all of them do a DC? So the 3 that are adjacent to me, can they do a DC 21 will save again for half damage?
No, fails. He fails.
Okay. All 3 of them, though.
No, I've done the feat. What was this for? Because that was
Right.
For
So
him
the
as well.
first. Yeah. No. So for the guy. So for the two, this one and this one that entered my threat range, they need to do a DC 21 against my fear aura.
Yes,
That's
which
just exuding from me all the time.
Did
One of them passed, one of them failed.
Oh, it's the other one in front also has to do it as well. Yeah.
No, he's further than 5 feet away from me at the moment, so he doesn't have to. But after that, so all three of them that are in squares next to me.
Yes.
So 1, 2, 3,
Gotcha.
all need to do the DC 21 for half, which one of them obviously already did and failed, so 2 more need to do it.
Gotcha. Okay. That's a failure and a success.
Okay.
Instant success.
25 points of damage, obviously half for the one that succeeded, as I stepped forward. And once again, it's kind of like I'm stepping forward, but I'm searching the house. But as I'm doing it, the rage that's coming off of him for what they've done to his house and the panic about his family is so strong that he doesn't even need to concentrate for the negative energy it just bursts off him as he steps forward.
2 of them are either side of you collapse dead. The other one took half, right? The one that passed?
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, that's anything else on your turn, Obsidian?
No, I can't do anything else.
This one behind you is just going to try and smash you, Obsidian, as you go by. Armor class?
15.
I don't know why I asked. that. I'm so sorry. That is possibly a critical.
Oh. So if it is possibly a critical, we'll see if it confirms first.
That is a critical.
Okay, so now there's a 25% chance that it is not
Yeah,
critical.
so let's roll that publicly
I have
then. So,
light fortification.
so what do we agree?
So roll a d4, and if it's a 1, then it's not a critical.
Great.
I'll take that. Do you want me to roll it?
Yeah, please. Yeah, publicly. Please do it.
Yeah. Not a critical.
It's just a
Thank
hit.
you, light fortification.
Fantastic. So that's really cool. So this comes in. And
Yes,
does.
he's just looking a little bit more. He's looking a little bit skinnier and a little bit more pallid under his mask. People can't really tell unless they've seen him without it on, but like, just that little bit more undead.
Another 10 points of bludgeoning damage rains down on your back.
Oh,
Bam!
man.
And
He's in trouble.
that was
Well, he doesn't care though.
number 1. I'm so sorry. We should have actually gone back up to Ansel. So, Ansel, we'll say you delayed your turn. What are you doing?
Cool. I'll check the second bedroom again, shouting for family members looking under beds and that.
As an action, you can confirm, using that time, that there isn't anyone in that room either. This
And
one doesn't appear
then
to be
I will
as
move.
on fire. There is fire, but it's mainly smoke through here. Yeah, you can move.
Cool, then I'll move into the corridor.
Yeah, I'm wondering, did I actually add stairs to that map?
Yeah, there are stairs.
Okay, good. I was like, I can't remember where they are. They should be in the middle.
Yes,
Okay.
they are roughly.
Okay, great. That was his turn, smashing Obsidian in the back. Runic.
This one. Gonna shoot the fuck.
Twang.
16 to hit though.
16 is a miss. Shoo.
That's okay.
He's not shaken, is he? Actually, he passed, so he wasn't
Yeah,
shaken
he's
anyway.
not shaken. No, the one that was shaken is dead.
Yes.
Anything else on your turn, Runic?
Hang on, I could move more movement. That's 5, 10, 15, 20. However, as I move out of his range, my armbands of elusive action kick in, which means I can avoid 1 attack of opportunity per day.
He swings, but it's like you've seen it coming a million miles off. You matrix dodge around it.
That's it.
Amazing. So Runic makes his way inside. Obsidian, your new ally is at your side. What do you do?
Lovely. Runic, I am very sorry if you are affected by this. He's not really thinking straight at the moment, but he will immediately let it go if you are. I just need to double check that that is the right level. So it's a level 4. He's using a level 5 to do it, so he can summon 2 of them. Rob, I think I sent you 2. They look like shadow ghosts.
Yes, I think so. A long time ago, yeah.
Called them, I think, pallbearers. They're dressed in robes, and they are like funeral pallbearers with like shrouds and like a sort of hat over the shroud, like a sort of top hat. But they're like incorporeal ghost-like creatures. There will be 2 of them, and they are medium. Please and thank you.
What? Oh, they're medium. Okay, well that can't be them. Did you definitely send them?
I might have. What the ones you're looking at? Do they look like shadowy ghosts? I think I only sent you the ones. You may just have to shrink them down.
Yeah, for now I'm afraid because of.
Or if you can't find them, just any sort of shadowy-looking ghost
I've
creature.
got just the one.
If you just type in Alip, it might come up.
Oh, gotcha. Well, for now, these will just have to do, I'm afraid, mate. And I'll look into that for you. Apologies.
Oh yeah, I did. I sent them to you. They're just underneath the little girl.
Oh, okay.
The undead
I haven't
girl
got them
image
in.
I
don't think I've got
Facebook,
them in Roll20, at least not that I can
No,
see.
no, it's fine. Just whichever one you've got for the time being is totally fine.
2 of them, yeah.
Yes. So basically, Obsidian will move 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And summon them behind him as he goes. So this one behind me here will get an attack of opportunity as I'm walking away from him.
Okay.
But I summon over the other side of the room, so that won't interrupt my summoning.
Yeah, by all means, they should be there for you, so you can place them at your leisure.
Yes. So they appear here, and then they appear here. So yeah, you can take the attack of opportunity as I'm moving, though, before they attack, because that would happen first anyway.
Oh yeah, absolutely they would. It's just the one, yeah? Yeah, it's just the one.
Yeah, because I'm not getting close enough to the other one. No way.
Mate, possibly a critical.
Okay.
That is a critical. Roll a d4.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
I'm going to have to ask you not to roll a d4 and make it like a d100 or something.
Yeah, the luck of the d4.
Yeah, the d4, man. What the hell?
When you ask me to roll low.
Just, that is 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ow! Obsidian is starting to kind of stagger as he's entering and walking through the house, but it hasn't slowed him down, it's just staggered him. But these 2 guys, so they will float over, so the first thing that happens is they are constantly emitting a babble. They are like letting out this kind of babbling, incoherent, muttering voice that just echoes through the air. Anybody that can hear it, and unfortunately that does include Runic, needs to do DC 16 will save.
Okay, well, they'll do their best. What is it? Can I ask what effect it is? Because these guys have certain bonuses to certain things.
It is a mind-affecting compulsion effect. It's as the hypnotism spell.
They have a bonus against that, I believe. Did you say mind-affecting?
Mind-affecting compulsion, yeah. Beautifully done there.
One at the
16,
top succeeds, one at the bottom fails.
Fails, okay. I have to actually figure out what the hell that is now with the hypnotism spell. I wasn't expecting him to make it such a low thing. So, fascinated. He is fascinated to make suggestions. Okay. Ha 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 ha. So the one that's failed, I can make a suggestion. Rapt attention to make your suggestions and requests seem more plausible. So, essentially, it can make a suggestion. A compulsion effect.
Okay.
So it makes a suggestion based on what I tell it to do, and the suggestion is put out the flames.
He immediately
Douse
will,
the fire.
Yeah, he will immediately begin pulling his robes and trying to douse the fire on the windows.
Lovely. As that is happening, they're both going to get attacked with an incorporeal touch attack. 3, 4, 5. So on their touch armor class. So on the first one, that's a 21 on this one's touch armor class.
The one, yeah, that's an easy hit.
So he takes 1 point of wisdom drain.
Wisdom drain, okay.
Yeah. And then, it's only a 7 on the other one. So probably won't hit.
It's a miss, yeah. It's a miss, sadly.
Yeah, never mind. That is all good. And that is my turn as I've walked over here, cast the spell, and I will just kick the door open.
Bam! You kick the door in.
Kick the door, but just have a look.
Being at the centre,
But I can't do anything else.
Being at the centre of the house, you can see it isn't as badly affected. You see flames licking here and there, but nowhere near as bad as other parts of the house, for sure.
Okay.
As that happens, it is just number 5, because 1 is fascinated. He doesn't get an attempt to break it at all, right? That's him basically done.
We failed the initial one. I don't know how the spell works in relation. So the spell, well, 2d4 to see how many total hit dice of creatures you can affect, but it's as the spell, so he is affected.
I'm happy to say he's neutralised.
With the creature, it's not based on hit dice. So the duration is 2d4 rounds.
Give it a roll then.
5 rounds.
5 rounds. Wow. Okay. Last one who didn't get fascinated. This guy here. He's seen that you're making a break for it. He is just going to attempt to go after you. He's just going to rush you. But I guess he's going to. Does he provoke? I guess he can provoke an attack of opportunity from that thing, so he will.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
he hasn't left its threat range. He has not left its threat range by going there.
But he's had to move to the other side of it.
He's run around. He's run around it.
Yeah.
What is your touch armor class?
Right. Touch armor class 11.
You get an attack of opportunity.
I can't do an attack of opportunity. I will just try and punch him. I'll try and punch him to interrupt it. And that's just base attack plus strength.
Yep.
Which is 20.
He hurls himself at you in an attempt to do a bull rush, but you just power through and knock him aside.
Literally. Actually, it's a backhand. Literally, as I've kicked the door open, I just backhand him. And I think it's just a d4 of 2 points of non-lethal damage, because I don't have the feat, but whatever.
As you... as we move to the top
D3, actually.
Is it a D3? Well, I'll take one off. 1 point of non-lethal damage, I don't care. Wasn't doing it for damage.
As we move to the top of the round, Ansel. What do you do?
Well, I will check the sort of corridor space that I'm in for children and wives, and then assuming it's empty.
It is, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm starting to think the upper floor is, but it's worth checking. I'll teleport into the office.
Yeah, you go into
That
the office.
is all I can do.
Very good. Yeah, you're looking around. You see some rather important looking papers that you might be able to save.
Yeah, I'll grab them. Fuck it.
Yep.
Next turn, maybe.
Yep. With that, then, it is now Thingy who's fascinated. Matt, can you roll me a d6, please?
4.
Perfect. Exactly the right amount. The fascinated man with less wisdom now, desperately trying to put out the fire, finds that he has actually caught himself ablaze, takes 4 points of fire damage, which is enough to take him over to the edge. Screaming, ablaze, he collapses to the ground, dead.
Yeah! Eat through these people!
Runic, can you give me a listen check? In fact, both Runic and Obsidian, give me a listen check, please.
Fine, yeah, I can now.
19.
Yeah.
It's always just 1. 6.
Obsidian...
The blood's too thumping in my ears. He can't hear anything.
Totally oblivious. But Runic, you hear definite sounds of someone screaming, croaking themselves hoarse for help coming from the room directly ahead of you that appears to be lined with stone. You're directly ahead, sorry, so you know where the rest of them came out of?
Oh. There.
Yeah, with the stone floor. Your vision drops to the floor, and you see there is a vast amount of blood that is pooled along the floor that has obviously been there before. What do you do on your turn, Runic?
I deliver a passing shot, hopefully. 20 to hit.
20 is a hit.
3.
Catches him in the shoulder. He gives a yelp as he's struggling after Obsidian, just desperately trying to stop him.
And then 1, 2, 3, 4.
You rush around the corner and you see a bloody figure of someone that you don't recognise on the ground, covered in blood. We'll come back to you. Obsidian, it's your turn.
Don't recognise. Well, you've not met any of my family or anybody, so who knows? So the first thing that happens is I will attempt a touch attack on the dude next to me. So 24 on his touch armor class.
24 is a hit on his touch armor class.
Okay, so he will take 19 points of damage, and I take all of that damage, so I hit him with a vampiric touch.
Yeah, absolutely. And he will collapse to the ground, dead.
Oh, lovely.
As a matter of fact, I'm so sorry, you might not get all of that, because you only get what you have
how many
left.
hit points did he have left?
He had 11 hit points left.
Okay. Every little helps,
Yeah,
as
absolutely.
they say in a certain copyrighted store. So, in which case, the Alips will go... I think I saw one in here, didn't I? I don't know where he is. Over here somewhere? My Alip was here. Is he up there? Hang on. Look, if I just do that, I'll put myself back in front of the door.
Oh, sorry,
There
I
he
didn't
is.
realise because they're both there. Yeah, sorry.
Goodoosh. That's one. Hang on. How fast can the Alip move? It's pretty quick, as I recall.
Why would you do this?
no.
You did not hear anyone screaming in there.
What, in here? No, but I saw
failed
the archer when I came.
You
When I
failed the
came through the
listen
door,
check,
I saw the archer.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was stood over here. I definitely saw the archer.
Okay.
Because they all came out of that room to attack me.
All right. Yep. You
So I
move
definitely know
your
there was a dude in
undead there then.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, he can't make it. That's a shame. So he'll just do double movement, and this one will do double movement and surround him. And I will, because I was stood here, I was only moving there so I could see. I will go 1 and 2 and kick that door open.
Bam! You see a great pile of the coffins that you've ordered in the past that help create fashion a blaze in the center of the room. But there doesn't appear to be anyone in this room from first glance.
No, I think as he kicks the door open, he'll shout for Naya, sorry.
Yeah,
Forgot my wife's name.
no smoke was in your mouth. No reply comes as you scream your wife's name.
Okay. That is my turn. I cast, I moved, and my summons moved, so that's me.
Great. This one died, so we're back to the top of the round. Ansel.
So with my move action, I will gather anything that looks important or is potentially has emotional worth.
Given we are actually...
Shove it in a bag.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Because all of those have been defeated, we are out of initiative at the moment. You can give me a few other things that you'd like to do whilst you're upstairs at this point. Just give me a few things that you try and do.
Basically checking rooms and taking anything of sentimental value. But very quickly, mainly just checking to see if there's anyone alive or dead up here.
Anything made of leather.
Very good.
Not getting your whips.
No, my cool leather cloaks. What is your problem? You're so weird.
And once I've checked all the rooms, I'll teleport back downstairs.
To the front door.
Probably to the back area. I can't remember quite without looking, but there's like a kitchen in the back left. I think I'd go there. That's almost directly under where I would be. So
Yeah? You
sure.
go to the kitchen, and you can just do that from memory, right? You dimension door from memory.
Yeah, as long as I can remember it, and I'm within 40 feet of it, I can.
Okay. By all means. Pardon me, I'm going to have to drop you a few places to get you there first. I'm going to drag you up there.
Dom likes being dragged about.
Drag me, mate, drag me. Yeah.
Remember when you got dragged out of a taxi that time, Dom?
I do remember when I got dragged out of a taxi that
I wasn't
time.
there, but
Well
I've been told the
remembered.
story, and it's very
my
funny.
God, yeah. But
Actually, I didn't get dragged out. To be fair, someone else did.
But hurtling back into imaginary intimidation and violence.
Imaginary.
Ansel, you
As opposed to real
the
drunken
real drunken night out. Ansel, you dimension door downstairs, and you see once again you are surrounded by a blaze. But the blaze is really coming from the sides of the room. The others can't see what you can see, so I think it's only fair that we not tell them what you can see.
Okay.
They will be able to if they look at the stream, but I'm hoping that they aren't going to do that. So, Ansel, that was the end of your turn. You dimension door down there. We're just going to stay in initiative order, but we'll be a bit more flexy with...
I can only see upstairs still, Rob. I don't know if that's...
So annoying, because as soon as you said, they can see, but let's hope they don't look at the stream, I immediately went...
Immediately looked at the stream. Yeah, well.
So I turned it round so that I didn't look at the
Oh,
stream.
you should have... I'm so sorry. There we go.
Perfect. Okay.
I might as well just explain it. It's been seen. Ansel,
I haven't seen it.
No,
I glanced. I turned
he's
the
not seen
screen
it.
around, so I didn't. I haven't seen anything.
Okay. In that case, then that was Ansel's turn in Dimension Door. Runic, it's your turn. You've heard that noise. You've seen the blood on the ground. What do you do?
I'll run in, crossbow pointing, shouting, "Who are you?"
A figure looks up from the ground, and he just gives you like as best as a nod that he can, but clearly like he's been brutalized. Like the man is barely recognizable, bloodied face, his legs are at odd angles, blood pouring from him, but a bow is resting at his side. You say, "Who are you?" He says, "Brigand of Wist."
No! Brigand of Wist!
At your service. Blood pouring from him at this stage, and he says, he looks at you and says, "Warn them. The watch. It's the watch." That was your turn, Runic. Obsidian, you kicked through the door.
1, 2. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rip. Boot. Hang on.
Run!
Close the door.
No, you
Okay,
kick
guys,
the door
open the
open,
door.
and
Okay, in which case, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and kick the door. Will you allow me a spell? As I've done
I
a
will
move
describe
action and
I will describe
door?
what you see first of all. So you kick the door in.
Thank you.
And inside, zoom, it's as you kick the door in, Ansel, you appear in the kitchen. This is what you both see. You see a vast amount of what look to be acolytes in like coarse brown robes, but ahead there, like beyond, there appears to be someone in a lot darker robes and someone in full armor, shield and a helm. The watch is upon you. You kick the door open. You've done your movement. You kick the door open. What do you do?
Dom, you're gonna have to dodge this.
Yeah, it's fine. If it's magic.
I'm just clear of it. It is magic. So it's going to take up this space here. It's 20-foot radius centered here, which essentially covers like that whole region, sort of. 20-foot radius. Hang on, if I just do the 20-foot, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, like that, and then across. And then go back to that, and I should be able to move it, right? So yeah, it's going to go about here. So it'll get all of them, barring that dude up there and that dude there, but all of these guys. So yeah, as I kick my way into the room, and the door opens, I see them in front of me. I say something in Infernal, and like I open my mouth as these infernal words come out, and a thick fog just fills the air, and they are all surrounded by this massively thick bank of fog that is yellow and green and very poisonous. Any creatures with 3 or fewer hit dice, which I don't think any of them are, but any creatures with 3 or fewer hit dice immediately die. No save. No. A living creature with 4 to 6 hit dice is slain unless it succeeds on a fortitude save.
Say the number again.
Between 4 and 6 hit dice.
Okay. What's the save?
So the fortitude save, in which case it takes 1d4 points of constitution damage on your turn each round while in the cloud. Hang on. It's slain unless it succeeds on a fortitude save. If it succeeds, it still takes fortitude damage. So the save is DC 23 fortitude.
And one more.
And so you're going to have to move.
All but
Because that's going to head towards you.
2 of them collapse to the ground.
Dead. Wicked. The 2 that do not die take 2 points of constitution damage. And we'll take that every round there within that cloud.
Okay, what does the cloud do for visibility?
So...
Because if it's
similar
block your
to
visibility, then I need to know.
I think it probably is, yeah. It's similar to a fog cloud. Fog obscures all sight beyond 5 feet. So I can see 5 feet in front of me, but unless you're within 5 feet of somebody, you can't see them. So they can't see me either. And so just be aware you can see that the fog is billowing towards you and is going to move in that direction in the next round. So you want to step off to the side of it. Because it's going to get both of them.
This happens, you can hear like a hollow laughter coming through the smoke obsidian. Ansel, because you can see from this end, you can see the one in the armor closest to you is just laughing. Had he been here, Silassa would recognize this as the young individual that accompanied Captain Lanker and Fogwell when they visited the garrison. And he's just laughing maniacally, and he just screams into the fog, "Pawns, Mr. Graves! Pawns in this war against your apostate filth! The real war begins now!" And that is where we're going to leave the strangers tonight.
I'm going to not just kill them. It's going to be so bad. So bad.
And
I suppose
there
itching.
we are. I'm frankly amazed at how many resources you have left after doing that whole dungeon. I'm impressed.
Yeah, well, because I
Runic
knew
has nothing.
most of my spells were not very useful against that creature. They're all still there.
The whole time you were saying, "Oh, I can't wait till we run into some living creatures." I was like, "Just you wait, mate."
Meanwhile, back at home.
Yes.
Yeah. That was a cloud kill, by the way.
I know. I was like, "Here we
The
go."
cloud kill will remain and move forward 10 feet in the next round, which is why, Ansel, you need to move. You're way above the amount of hit dice, so you won't get killed by it, but it will still do you damage if you're in it.
So there we go. A pretty packed session for us today on Roll the Bones. A battle with a ghost dragon, a battle with an angry basket of laundry, and
Lots of fun.
a bit of scheming, and of course a personal assault against Graves.
My home!
Which I'm afraid to say has been foreshadowed for a number of sessions, so it's
Has it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to point that out to me.
I will gladly.
Rewatch some
Yeah, you can go and watch all the times I've asked
go.
you to do spot checks when you've arrived home, and a number of other things.
My spot check is +1, so
I know. But that's okay. I mean, it's what to expect when a militant anti-necromancy order has got martial law of the city, so it's to be expected. But we'll come back to that another time. Let us
keep my identity secret very well.
No.
No,
let us...
not really.
No, not very not.
No,
you might,
really.
but it doesn't mean the people you walk around with.
Your
keep
pals
their
don't.
Yeah, exactly. Look at that really tall man over there. Look at that snow elf. That is, like, there's only one of them in the whole realm.
These two really obvious people.
Yeah, that's. I wonder what their deal is. Anyway,
We're hanging out with somebody all in leather who's now not wearing a mask.
Your fault, my family. We're all under attack.
We'll close out as we always do with some parting words from from the strangers themselves. We'll begin this time with Mike.
Well, yeah, I mean, from doing very well against the ghost dragon.
Very well.
I mean, I was at half, ammo to begin with, but I think, my assets were greatly useful for that fight.
Yeah.
And now I'm doing what I can with my crossbow of joy.
Dude, we wouldn't at this point, though, would we, if it wasn't for you?
Yeah.
From a player point of view, I've got a bit of consideration, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any thoughts you want to let us in on, Mike?
Jesus.
Or do you want to just... You thought where you're sort of at the minute with it?
Where's your head at? On paper, who's your perfect character?
Wow, that's a question.
Statistically, Runic is
Can we pull you for a chat?
Yeah, statistically, Runic is... Because you rolled really well on your scores, right? But it's about how you feel about the character, though, as well. Like,
that's the thing. I don't know yet.
Has your head been turned by Runic? Do you think? Sorry, I'm just doing Love Island references for no reason.
Crack on, mate. Let's crack on.
I'm torn between both. So
sounds painful.
I need to think about it.
Well, can we just...
Rob and Matt know a lot about Torn, don't you?
Oh, yes. The hit motion picture. that we don't talk
I've had
about.
my wife has so many times tried to find that online, and she
I will
not.
edit this out if you mention anything else. Another fucking word, and I swear you'll give me like 2 hours of work after this, but I'll fucking do it.
It was beautiful.
Yes, it was beautiful. It was beautiful in our hearts. It wasn't beautiful on the screen, which where it mattered.
Horrendous.
But while it's on the table, let us talk very quickly about what was noticed. So I don't know whether you actually clicked or not, but with the Rays of Arthanath, the individual that has his basically headhunted you, that order, I don't know if I made it clear, but he kind of inferred that all of them have had to have died to become a Wraith of Arthanath. They have to have come back from the realm of elven dead, basically. And that's why when you died, I said, well, that's kind of perfect. Silastra died in the perfect place to die for me, because I was like, well, his soul is just going to be held there. We've already established in the story where all the souls are going. So I kind of was like, well, I don't think this really counts as a get out of jail free card, because it's kind of just there.
Because it fits perfectly in the story.
So, yeah, all of that
see
to
what
say.
happens.
We will see.
I think I
No
really
pressure,
want to
man.
continue
I was just wondering where your head
Silas's
was at with
story.
it.
But maybe we still got another day. So I got one more day and a half to show you more of Runix. Because I kind of want to give you more about him. You don't know really anything about him.
No.
I just like to
So I was like, roll this amount, and then you rolled the minimum amount. So I was like, well, this gives Mike a chance to keep playing Runic, but he knows he's got Silastra in the back pocket if he needs him. And yeah, he rolled the lowest. I was like, well.
But the thing is, I'm more than likely going to move back to Silastra, but I'm enjoying just the deviation and someone to come back to if we need it.
Well, yeah. He's there.
It's funny because on the timeline, you're going to come back as Silastra right before the guests arrive for the funeral. On the calendar, I marked out literally right before. So
The plan.
Straight back to work. Well, great work from Mike, and I think we can all agree, really amazing to see the insane power of Runic, who literally had exactly what he needed to fight a ghost dragon. Who knew? Dom, let's have your final thoughts at the end of the session.
Yeah, Ansel's been unfortunately pretty ineffectual, but he did try and mass murder a load of souls by accident.
I was really bummed out for you, man, because you seemed really disappointed. You were like, well, what happens? Matt was like, what happens if you break it? I was like, they all are gone. And you were like,
that's it.
You seemed so upset. And I was like, oh, mate, I'm sorry. I wish I could have made something else.
I never get to break anything.
I know.
You really did seem upset. I also
seemed
felt
upset.
bad.
I was like, oh, shit, man, sorry.
No, it's purely because I knew that my I couldn't really do a lot of damage to the dragon, and so I was like trying to have an impact. But some fights are like that. It's fine. Yeah, I think Ansel's pretty annoyed at these guys bursting to a relatively innocent home. So.
Yeah, big time. They are not very nice.
They're bad boys.
They are bad boys. But what are you going to do?
Make
what
them
are you going to
suffer.
do when they come for you? Bad boys, bad boys. Great. A great input though, and I loved you running around upstairs as well, Dom. I thought that was really cool. I was like immediately like, God damn it, I have it, but it's not on fire, so it's not going to look very good. But there is an upstairs.
I knew the chances of there being anything up there were pretty unlikely, but I was like, you've got to check, haven't you? Like,
that's the tricky thing.
Somebody has to, so.
Particularly with this kind of game where we have all the art assets in front of us. Like, if you know there isn't an art asset for it, the likelihood is that you don't need to do anything with it. And you probably clocked that thinking you don't have it ready, so
it's not on fire.
Exactly. Yeah. So it is one of those, sadly. But But you have found some cool
No, it's
stuff
good fun.
upstairs to save, so it won't be for nothing. You will have saved some of Obsidian's precious precious things from the fire, which is in itself a cool thing. And the man who has been set upon, the apostate himself, Obsidian. Thoughts, Matthew, at the end of the session?
Oh man, he was pretty kind of bummed out that he wasn't very useful against the ghost dragon, given that it's what he studies. Coming to a realization that the power of necromancy, part of the reason why I suppose it's looked down upon so much, is because the power of the undead is so incredibly powerful against the living. Which is what he hadn't initially realized. He's learning his own abilities more, and at this level he was a bit gutted that he wasn't more useful against it, but at the same time sort of psyched to encounter it. And then was just utterly taken aback and has now sort of just entered into a state of extreme rage but total focus on finding his family. He's sort of livid that they're even there, that they dare, but he's not. He, at the moment, doesn't care that his house is on fire. He doesn't give a shit about any of his stuff. He just wants to find his family and make sure they're okay, and will just take out anybody along the way. So he isn't really thinking rationally at the moment. Be interesting to see where that goes, really.
It's not going to be an easy one, and I think Ansel could have seen them. There are even more of them. That's the problem. You're in for a tough one.
I got a few spells left.
Yep. Well, we will see. And a shout out to Brigade of Whist, who I don't know if it was implied well enough, but it's clear he had bow in hand. He was ready to try and defend the home, but obviously we know he can't hit shit. So
he tries.
Bless him. He tried his best.
He did. Well, we're going to leave it there, but on a bit of a grim note, I'm afraid. But please, if you're watching now live and after that, give us a like and give us a follow on Twitch and hit the bell. I realise I've not asked people to hit the bell to get a notification that when we're playing live, which would be pretty useful if you'd like to come watch us live. So do hit the bell if you'd like to get that notification. Please do join us next time to see what happens in Graves & Co. and what has led the Watch to their door. We should find out next week, maybe. Take it easy, and as I always say, bone them rolls. I think it happened organically.
Don't bone them rolls.
Don't bone them rolls. See, it's an organic process. We're gonna get it eventually. We'll get the sign off eventually.
It's developing.
We always say unroll the bones. Don't bone them rolls.
Don't bone them rolls. Don't bone them rolls, for God's sake. Thanks for watching. Take it easy. Bye bye.